Chapter 1 of The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 1. Hollister stood in the middle of his room, staring at the door without seeing the door, without seeing the bulky shadow his body cast on the wall in the pale glow of a single droplight. He was seeing everything and seeing nothing, acutely, quiveringly conscious and yet oblivious to his surroundings by reason of the poignancy of his thought. A feeling not far short of terror had folded itself about him like a shrouded fog. It had not seized him unaware. For weeks he had seen it looming over him, and he had schooled himself to disregard a great deal which his perception was too acute to misunderstand. He had struggled desperately against the unescapable, recognizing certain significant facts and in the same breath denying their accumulated force in sheer self-defense. A small dressing table topped by an oval mirror stood against the wall beside his bed. Hollister took his unseeing gaze off the door with a start, like a man withdrawing his mind from wandering in far places. He sat down before the dressing table and forced himself to look steadfastly, appraisingly, at the reflection of his face in the mirror, that which had once been a presentable man's countenance. He shuddered and dropped his eyes. This was a trial he seldom ventured upon. He could not bear that vision long. No one could. That was the fearful implication which made him shrink. He, Robert Hollister, in the flush of manhood, with a body whose symmetry and vigor other men had envied, a mind that functioned alertly, a spirit as nearly indomitable as the spirit of man may be, was like a leper among his own kind. He had become a something that filled other men with pitying dismay when they looked at him, that made women avert their gaze and withdraw from him in spite of pity. Hollister snapped out the light and threw himself on his bed. He had known physical suffering, the slow, aching hours of tortured flesh, bodily pain that racked him until he had wished for death as a welcome relief. But that had been when the flame of vitality burned low, when the will to live had been sapped by bodily stress. Now the mere animal instinct to live was a compelling force within him. He was young and strong, aching with his desire for life in its fullest sense. And he did not know how he was going to live and endure the manner of life he had to face, a life that held nothing but frustration and denial of all that was necessary to him, which was making him suffer as acutely as he had ever suffered in the field, under the knives of callous surgeons, in the shambles of the front line or the ether-scented dressing stations. There is morphine for a tortured body, but there is no opiate for agony of the spirit, the sharp-toothed pain that stabs at a lonely heart with its invisible lancet. In the darkness of his room, with all the noisy traffic of a seaport city rumbling under his windows, Hollister lay on his bed and struggled against that terrifying depression which had seized him, that spiritual panic. It was real. It was based upon undeniable reality. He was no more captain of his soul than any man born of woman has ever been when he descends into the dark places. But he knew that he must shake off that feeling, or go mad, or kill himself. One of the three. He had known men to kill themselves for less. He had seen wounded men beg for a weapon to end their pain. He had known men who, after months of convalescence, quitted by their own hand a life that no longer held anything for them. And it was not because life held out any promise to Hollister that he lived, nor was it a physical fear of death, nor any moral scruple against self-destruction. He clung to life because instinct was stronger than reason, stronger than any of the appalling facts he encountered and knew he must go on encountering. He had to live, with a past that was no comfort, going on down the pathway of a future which he attempted not to see clearly, because when he did envisage it he was stricken with just such a panic as now overwhelmed him. To live on and on, a pariah among his fellows because of his disfigurement. A man with a twisted face, a gargoyle of a countenance. To have people always shrink from him. To be denied companionship, friendship, love, to know that so many things which made life beautiful were always just beyond his reach. To be merely endured. To have women pity him and shun him. The sweat broke out on Hollister's face when he thought of all that. He knew that it was true. This knowledge had been growing on him for weeks. Tonight the full realization of what it meant engulfed him with terror. That was all. He did not cry out against injustice. He did not whine a protest. He blamed no one. He understood, when he looked at himself in the glass. After a time he shook off the first paralyzing grip of this unnamable terror which had seized him with clammy hands, fought it down by sheer resolution. He was able to lie staring into the dusky spaces of his room, and review the stirring panorama of his existence for the past 4 years. There was nothing that did not fill him with infinite regret, and there was nothing which by any conceivable effort he could have changed. He could not have escaped one of those calamities which had befallen him. He could not have left undone a single act that he had performed. There was an inexorable continuity in it all. There had been a great game. He had been one of the pawns. Hollister shut his eyes. Immediately, like motion pictures projected upon a screen, his mind began to project visions. He saw himself kissing his wife good-bye. He saw the tears shining in her eyes. He felt again the clinging pressure of her arms, her cry that she would be so lonely. He saw himself in billets, poring over her letters. He saw himself swinging up the line with his company, crawling back with shattered ranks after a hammering, repeating this over and over again till it seemed like a nightmare in which all existence was comprised in blood and wounds and death and sorrow, enacted at stated intervals to the rumble of guns. He saw himself on his first leave in London, when he found that Myra was growing less restive under his absence, when he felt proud to think that she was learning the lesson of sacrifice and how to bear up under it. He saw his second Channel crossing with a flesh wound in his thigh, when there seemed to his hypersensitive mind a faint perfunctoriness in her greeting. It was on this leave that he first realized how the grim business he was engaged upon was somehow rearing an impalpable wall between himself and this woman whom he still loved with a lover's passion after 4 years of marriage. And he could see, in this mental cinema, whole searing sentences of the letter he received from her just before a big push on the Somme in the fall of '17. That letter in which she told him with childlike directness that he had grown dim and distant and that she loved another man. She was sure he would not care greatly. She was sorry if he did. But she could not help it. She had been so lonely. People were bound to change. It couldn't be helped. She was sorry, but... And Hollister saw himself later lying just outside the lip of a shell crater, blind, helpless, his face a shredded smear when he felt it with groping fingers. He remembered that he lay there wondering, because of the darkness and the strange silence and the pain, if he were dead and burning in hell for his sins. After that there were visions of himself in a German hospital, in a prison camp, and at last the armistice and the Channel crossing once more. He was dead, they told him, when he tried in the chaos of demobilization to get in touch with his regiment, to establish his identity, to find his wife. He was officially dead. He had been so reported, so accepted 18 months earlier. His wife had married again. She and her husband had vanished from England. And with his wife had vanished his assets, his estate, by virtue of a pre-war arrangement which he had never revoked. He beheld himself upon the streets of London, one of innumerable stray dogs, ruined, deserted, disfigured, a bit of war's wreckage. He did not particularly consider himself a victim of injustice. He did not blame Myra. He was simply numbed and bewildered. But that was before he grew conscious of what it meant to a sensitive man, a man in whom all warm human impulses flowed so strongly, to be penniless, to have all the dependable foundations of his life torn from under his feet, to be so disfigured that people shunned him. He had to gather up the broken pieces of his life, fit them together, go on as best he could. It did not occur to him at first to do otherwise, or that the doing would be hard. He had not foreseen all the strange shifts he would be put to, the humiliations he would suffer, the crushing weight of hopelessness which gathered upon him by the time he arrived on the Pacific coast, where he had once lived, to which he now turned to do as men all over the war-racked earth were doing in the winter of 1919, cast about in an effort to adjust himself, to make a place for himself in civil life. All the way across the continent of North America Hollister grew more and more restive under the accumulating knowledge that the horrible devastation of his features made a no man's land about him which few had the courage to cross. It was a fact. Here, upon the evening of the third day in Vancouver, a blind and indescribable fear seized upon him, a sickening conviction that, although living, he was dead, dead in so far as the common, casual intimacies of daily intercourse with his fellows went. It was as if men and women were universally repulsed by that grotesquely distorted mask which served him for a face, as if at sight of it by common impulse they made off, withdrew to a safe distance, as they would withdraw from any loathsome thing. Lying on his bed, Hollister flexed his arms. He arched his chest and fingered the muscular breadth of it in the darkness. Bodily he was a perfect man. Strength flowed through him in continuous waves. He could feel within himself the surge of vast stores of energy. His brain functioned with a bright, bitter clearness. He could feel that was the hell of it! That quivering response to the subtle nuances of thought. A profound change had come upon him, yet essentially he, the man, was unchanged. Except for those scars, the convoluted ridges of tissue, the livid patches and the ghastly hollows where once his cheeks and lips and forehead had been smooth and regular, he was as he had always been. For a moment there came over him the wild impulse to rush out into the street, crying, "You fools! Because my face is torn and twisted makes me no different from you. I still feel and think. I am as able to love and hate as you. Was all your talk about honorable scars just prattle to mislead the men who risk the scars? Is all your much advertised kindliness and sympathy for war-broken men a bluff?" He smiled sadly. They would say he was mad. They would classify him as suffering from shell shock. A frock-coated committee would gravely recommend him for treatment in the mental hospital at Essendale. They would not understand. Hollister covered his face with a swift, tight clasping of his hands. Something rose chokingly in his throat. Into his eyes a slow, scalding wetness crept like a film. He set his teeth in one corner of his pillow. End of chapter 1. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 2 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 2. When Hollister was 18 years old, he had been briefly troubled by an affliction of his eyes, brought on from overstudy. His father, at the time, was interested in certain timber operations on the coast of British Columbia. In these rude camps, therefore, young Hollister spent a year. During that 12 months books were prohibited. He lived in the woods, restored the strength of his eyes amid that restful greenness, hardened a naturally vigorous body by healthy, outdoor labor with the logging crews. He returned home to go on with his university work in eastern Canada, with unforgettable impressions of the Pacific coast, a boyish longing to go back to that region where the mountains receded from the sea in wave after wave of enormous height, where the sea lapped with green lips at the foot of the ranges, and thrust winding arms back into the very heart of the land, and where the land itself, delta and slope and slide-engraved declivities, was clothed with great silent forests, upon which man, with his axes and saws, his machinery, his destructiveness in the name of industry, had as yet made little more impression than the nibbling of a single mouse on the rim of a large cheese. When he graduated, he did return on a 30 days' vacation, which the lure of the semi-wild country prolonged for 6 months, a whole summer in which he resisted the importunities of his father to take his part in the business upon which rested the family fortune. Hollister never forgot that summer. He was young. He had no cares. He was free. All life spread before him in a vast illusion of unquestionable joyousness. There was a rose-pink tinge over these months in which he fished salmon and trout, climbed the frowning escarpments of the Coast Range, gave himself up to the spell of a region which is still potent with the charm of the wilderness untamed. There had always lingered in his receptive mind a memory of profound beauty, a stark beauty of color and outline, an unhampered freedom, opportunity as vast as the mountains that looked from their cool heights down on the changeful sea and the hushed forests, brooding in the sun and rain. So he had come back again, after 7 years, scarcely knowing why he came, except that the coast beckoned with a remote gesture, and that he desired to get as far as possible from the charnel house of Europe, and that he shrank from presenting himself among the acquaintances of his boyhood and the few distant relatives left him upon the Atlantic seaboard. His father died shortly after Hollister married. He had left his son property aggregating several $1,000s and a complicated timber business disorganized by his sudden death. Hollister was young, sanguine, clever in the accepted sense of cleverness. He had married for love, urged thereto by a headlong, unquestioning, uncritical passion. But there were no obstacles. His passion was returned. There was nothing to make him ponder upon what a devastating, tyrannical force this emotion which he knew as love might become, this blind fever of the blood under cover of which nature works her ends, blandly indifferent to the consequences. Hollister was happy. He was ambitious. He threw himself with energy into a revival of his father's business when it came into his hands. His needs expanded with his matrimonial obligations. Considered casually, which was chiefly the manner of his consideration, his future was the future of a great many young men who begin life under reasonably auspicious circumstances. That is to say, he would be a success financially and socially to as great an extent as he cared to aspire. He would acquire wealth and an expanding influence in his community. He would lead a tolerably pleasant domestic existence. He would be proud of his wife's beauty, her charm. He would derive a soothing contentment from her affection. He would take pleasure in friendships. In the end, of course, at some far off, misty mile-post, he would begin to grow old. Then he would die in a dignified manner, full of years and honors, and his children would carry on after him. Hollister failed to reckon with the suavities of international diplomacy, with the forces of commercialism in relation to the markets of the world. The war burst upon and shattered the placidity of his existence very much as the bombs from the first Zeppelins shattered the peace and security of London and Paris. He reacted to the impetus of the German assault as young men of his class uniformly reacted. There was in Hollister's mind no doubt or equivocation about what he must do. But he did not embark upon this adventure joyously. He could not help weighing the chances. He understood that in this day and age he was a fortunate man. He had a great deal to lose. But he felt that he must go. He was not, however, filled with the witless idea that service with the Expeditionary Force was to be an adventure of some few months, a brief period involving some hardships and sharp fighting, but with an Allied army hammering at the gates of Berlin as a grand finale. The slaughter of the first encounters filled him with the conviction that he should put his house in order before he entered that bloody arena out of which he might not emerge. So that when he crossed the Channel the first time, he had disentangled himself from his business at a great loss, in order to have all his funds available for his wife in case of the ultimate disaster. Myra accompanied him to England, deferred their separation to the last hour. They could well afford that concession to their affection, they told each other. It was so hard to part. It scarcely seemed possible that 4 years had gone winging by since then, yet in certain moods it seemed to Hollister as if an eternity had passed. Things had been thus and so. They had become different by agonizing processes. He did not know where Myra was. He, himself, was here in Vancouver, alone, a stranger, a single speck of human wreckage cast on a far beach by the receding tides of war. He had no funds worth considering, but money was not as yet an item of consideration. He was not disabled. Physically he was more fit than he had ever been. The delicate mechanism of his brain was unimpaired. He had no bitterness, no illusions. His intellect was acute enough to suggest that in the complete shucking off of illusions lay his greatest peril. Life, as it faced him, the individual, appeared to be almost too grim a business to be endured without hopes and dreams. He had neither. He had nothing but moods. He walked slowly down Granville Street in the blackest mood which had yet come upon him. It differed from that strange feeling of terror which had taken him unaware the night before. He had fallen easy prey, then, to the black shadows of forlornness. He was still as acutely aware of the barrier which his disfigurement raised between him and other men. But with that morbid awareness there rose also now, for the first time, resentment against the smug folk who glanced at him and hurriedly averted their eyes. Slowly, by imperceptible degrees, as the tide rises on a sloping shore, his anger rose. The day was cold and sunny, a January morning with a touch of frost in the air. Men passed him, walking rapidly, clad in greatcoats. Women tripped by, wrapped in furs, eyes bright, cheeks glowing. And as they passed, singly, in chattering pairs, in smiling groups, Hollister observed them with a growing fury. They were so thoroughly insulated against everything disagreeable. All of them. A great war had just come to a dramatic close, a war in which staggering numbers of men had been sacrificed, body and soul, to enable these people to walk the streets in comfortable security. They seemed so completely unaware of the significance of his disfigured face. It was simply a disagreeable spectacle from which they turned with brief annoyance. Most of these men and women honored the flag. In a theater, at any public gathering, a display of the national colors caused the men to bare reverently their heads, the women to clap their hands with decorous enthusiasm. Without doubt, they were all agreed that it was a sacred duty to fight for one's country. How peculiar and illogical, then, he reflected, to be horrified at the visible results of fighting for one's country, of saving the world for democracy. The thing had had to be done. A great many men had been killed. A great number had lost their legs, their arms, their sight. They had suffered indescribable mutilations and disabilities in the national defense. These people were the nation. Those who passed him with a shocked glance at his face must be aware that fighting involves suffering and scars. It appeared as if they wished to ignore that. The inevitable consequences of war annoyed them, disturbed them, when they came face to face with those consequences. Hollister imagined them privately thinking he should wear a mask. After all, he was a stranger to these folk, although he was their countryman and a person of consequence until the war and Myra and circumstances conspired against him. He stifled the resentment which arose from a realization that he must expect nothing else, that it was not injustice so much as stupidity. He reflected that this was natural. A cynical conclusion arose in his mind. There was no substance, after all, in this loose talk about sympathy and gratitude and the obligation of a proud country to those who had served overseas. Why should there be? He was an individual among other individuals who were unconsciously actuated by rampant individualism except in moments of peril, when stark necessity compelled them to social action. Otherwise it was every man for himself. Yes, it was natural enough. He was a stranger to these people. Except for the color of his skin, he was no more to them than a Hindu or a Japanese. And doubtless the grotesque disarrangement of his features appalled them. How could they discern behind that caricature of a face the human desire for friendliness, the ache of a bruised spirit? He deliberately clamped down the lid upon such reflections, and bethought himself of the business which brought him along the street. Turning off the main thoroughfare, he passed half a block along a cross street and entered an office building. Ascending to the 4th floor, he entered an elaborate suite of offices which bore upon the ground glass of the entrance door this legend: Lewis and Company, Specialists in B.C. Timber Investments. He inquired for Mr. Lewis, gave his card to a young woman who glanced at him once, and thereafter looked anywhere but at him while he spoke. After a minute of waiting he was ushered into a private office. As he neared this door, Hollister happened to catch a panoramic glimpse in a wall mirror. The eyes of half a dozen clerks and other persons in that room, both male and female, were fixed on him with the shocked and eager curiosity he had once observed upon the faces of a crowd gathered about the mangled victim of a street accident. Mr. Lewis was a robust man, a few years older than Hollister. The cares of a rapidly developing business and certain domestic ties had prevented Mr. Lewis from offering himself upon the altar of his country. The responsibility of 8% investments entrusted to his care was not easily shaken off. Business, of course, was a national necessity. However, since the armistice, Mr. Lewis had ceased to be either explanatory or inferentially apologetic, even in his own thought, for his inability to free himself from the demands of commerce during a critical period. In any case he was there, sound in wind and limb, a tall, square-shouldered, ruddy man of 35, seated behind an oak desk, turning Hollister's card over in his fingers with an anticipatory smile. Blankness replaced the smile. A sort of horrified wonder gleamed in his eyes. Hollister perceived that his face shocked the specialist in B.C. timber, filled Mr. Lewis with very mixed sensations indeed. "You have my card. It is several years since we met. I dare say you find me unrecognizable," Hollister said bluntly. "Nevertheless, I can identify myself to your satisfaction." A peculiarity of Hollister's disfigurement was the immobility of his face. The shell which had mutilated him, the scalpels of the German field surgeons who had perfunctorily repaired the lacerations, had left the reddened, scar-distorted flesh in a rigid mold. He could neither recognizably smile nor frown. His face, such as it was set in unchangeable lines. Out of this rigid, expressionless mask his eyes glowed, blue and bright, having escaped injury. They were the only key to the mutations of his mind. If Hollister's eyes were the windows of his soul, he did not keep the blinds drawn, knowing that few had the hardihood to peer into those windows now. Mr. Lewis looked at him, looked away, and then his gaze came slowly back, as if drawn by some fascination against which he struggled in vain. He did not wish to look at Hollister, yet he was compelled to look. He seemed to find difficulty in speech, this suave man of affairs. "I am afraid I shouldn't have recognized you, as you say," he uttered at last. "Have you "I've been overseas," Hollister answered the unspoken question. That strange curiosity tinctured with repulsion. "The result is obvious." "Most unfortunate," Mr. Lewis murmured. "But your scars are honorable. A brother of mine lost an arm at Loos." "The brothers of a good many people lost more than their arms at Loos," Hollister returned dryly. "But that is not why I called. You recollect, I suppose, that when I was out here last I bought a timber limit in the Toba from your firm. When I went overseas I instructed you to sell. What was done in that matter?" Mr. Lewis's countenance cleared at once. He was on his own ground again, dealing with matters in which he was competent, in consultation with a client whom he recalled as a person of consequence, the son of a man who had likewise been of considerable consequence. Personal undesirability was always discounted in the investment field, the region of per centum returns. Money talked, in arrogant tones that commanded respect. He pressed a button. "Bring me," he ordered the clerk who appeared, "all correspondence relating to this matter," and he penciled a few sentences on a slip of paper. He delved into the papers that were presently set before him. "Ah, yes," he said. "Lot 2027, situated on the south slope of the Toba Valley. Purchased for your account July 1912. Sale ordered October 1914. We had some correspondence about that early in 1915, while you were in London. Do you recall it, Mr. Hollister?" "Yes. You wrote that the timber market was dead, that any sale possible must be at a considerable sacrifice. Afterward, when I got to the front, I had no time to think about things like that. But I remember writing you to sell, even at a sacrifice." Yes, quite so," Mr. Lewis agreed. "I recall the whole matter very clearly. Conditions at that time were very bad, you know. It was impossible to find a purchaser on short notice. Early in 1917 there was a chance to sell, at a considerably reduced figure. But I couldn't get in touch with you. You didn't answer our cable. I couldn't take the responsibility of a sacrifice sale." Hollister nodded. In 1917 he was a nameless convalescent in a German hospital. Officially, he was dead. Months before that such things as distant property rights had ceased to be of any moment. He had forgotten this holding of timber in British Columbia. He was too full of bitter personal misery to trouble about money. "Failing to reach you, we waited until we should hear from you, or from your estate." Mr. Lewis cleared his throat, as if it embarrassed him to mention that contingency. "In war, there was that possibility, you understand. We did not feel justified. So much time had elapsed. There was risk to us in acting without verifying our instructions." "So this property is still to be marketed. The carrying charges, as I remember, were small. I presume you carried them?" "Oh, assuredly," Mr. Lewis asserted. "We protected your interests to the very best of our ability." "Well, find me a buyer for that limit as soon as you can," Hollister said abruptly. "I want to turn it into cash." "We shall set about this at once," Mr. Lewis said. "It may take a little time. Conditions, as a result of the armistice, are again somewhat unsettled in the logging industry. Airplane spruce production is dead, dead as a salt mackerel, and fir and cedar slumped with it. However, we shall do our best. Have you a price in mind, Mr. Hollister, for a quick sale?" "I paid $10,000 for it. On the strength of your advice as a specialist in timber investments," he added with a touch of malice. He had taken a dislike to Mr. Lewis. He had not been so critical of either men or motives in the old days. He had remembered Lewis as a good sort. Now he disliked the man, distrusted him. He was too smooth, too sleek. "I'll discount that 20% for a cash sale." Mr. Lewis made a memorandum. "Very good," said he, raising his head with an inquiring air, as if to say, "If that is all—" "If you will kindly identify me at a bank," Hollister rose from his chair, "I shall cease to trouble you. I have a draft on the Bank of B.N.A. I do not know anyone in Vancouver." "No trouble, I assure you," Lewis hastened to assent, but his tone lacked heartiness, sincerity. It was only a little distance to the bank, but Lewis insisted on making the journey in a motor car which stood at the curb. It was plain to Hollister that Mr. Lewis disliked the necessity of appearing in public with him, that he took this means of avoiding the crowded sidewalks, of meeting people. He introduced Hollister, excused himself on the plea of business pressure, and left Hollister standing before the teller's wicket. This was not a new attitude to Hollister. People did that, as if he were a plague. There came into his mind, as he stood counting the sheaf of notes slide through a grill by a teller who looked at him once and thereafter kept his eyes averted, a paraphrase of a hoary quotation: "I am a monster of such frightful mien, as to be hated needs but to be seen." The rest of it, Hollister thought grimly, could never apply to him. He put the money in his pocket and walked out on the street. It was a busy corner on a humming thoroughfare. Electric cars rumbled and creaked one behind another on the double tracks. Waves of vehicular traffic rolled by the curb. A current of humanity flowed past him on the sidewalk. Standing there for a minute, Hollister felt again the slow rising of his resentment against these careless, fortunate ones. He could not say what caused that feeling. A look, a glance, the inevitable shrinking. He was morbidly sensitive. He knew that, knew it was a state of mind that was growing upon him. But from whatever cause, that feeling of intolerable isolation gave way to an inner fury. As he stood there, he felt a wild desire to shout at these people, to curse them, to seize one of these dainty women by the arms, thrust his disfigured face close to hers, and cry: "Look at me as if I were a man, not a monstrosity. I'm what I am so that you could be what you are. Look at me, damn you!" He pulled himself together and walked on. Certainly he would soon run amuck if he did not get over feeling like that, if he did not master these impulses which bordered on insanity. He wondered if that inner ferment would drive him insane. He went back to the second-rate hotel where he had taken refuge, depressed beyond words, afraid of himself, afraid of the life which lay in fragments behind him and spread away before him in terrifying drabness. Yet he must go on living. To live was the dominant instinct. A man did not put on or off the desire to live as he put on or off his coat. but life promised nothing. It was going to be a sorry affair. It struck Hollister with disheartening force that an individual is nothing, absolutely nothing, apart from some form of social grouping. And society, which had exacted so much from him, seemed peculiarly indifferent to the consequences of those imperative exactions, seemed wholly indifferent to his vital need. And it was not reward or recognition of service performed that Hollister craved. He did not want to be pensioned or subsidized to have medals pinned on him. What he wanted was chiefly to forget the war and what the war had visited upon him and others like him. Hollister suffered solely from that sense of being held outside the warm circle of human activities, fellowships, friendliness. If he could not overcome that barrier which people threw up around themselves at contact with him, if he could not occasionally know the sound of a friendly voice, he felt that he would very soon go mad. A man cannot go on forever enduring the pressure of the intolerable. Hollister felt that he must soon arrive at a crisis. What form it would take he did not know, and in certain moods he did not care. On the landing at the end of the narrow corridor off which his room opened, he met a man in uniform whom he recognized, a young man who had served under him in the 44th, who had won a commission on the field. He wore a captain's insignia now. Hollister greeted him by name. "Hello, Tommy." The captain looked at him. His face expressed nothing whatever. Hollister waited for that familiar shadow of distaste to appear. Then he remembered that, like himself, Rutherford must have seen thousands upon thousands of horribly mutilated men. "Your voice," Rutherford remarked at length, "has a certain familiar sound. Still, I can't say I know you. What's the name?" "Bob Hollister. Do you remember the bottle of Scotch we pinched from the Black Major behind the brick wall on the Albert Road? Naturally, you wouldn't know me, with this face." "Well," Rutherford said, as he held out his hand, "a fellow shouldn't be surprised at anything any more. I understood you'd gone west. Your face is mussed up a bit. Rotten luck, huh?" Hollister felt a lump in his throat. It was the first time for months that any human being had met him on common ground. He experienced a warm feeling for Rutherford. And the curious thing about that was that out of the realm of the subconscious rose instantly the remembrance that he had never particularly liked Tommy Rutherford. He was one of the wild men of the battalion. When they went up the line, Rutherford was damnably cool and efficient, a fatalist who went about his grim business unmoved. Back in rest billets he was always pursuing some woman, unearthing surplus stores of whiskey or wine, intent upon dubious pleasures, a handsome, self-centered, debonair animal. "My room's down here," Hollister said. "Come in and gas a bit, if you aren't bound somewhere." "Oh, all right. I came up here to see a chap, but he's out. I have half an hour or so to spare." Rutherford stretched himself on Hollister's bed. They lit cigarettes and talked. And as they talked, Rutherford kept looking at Hollister's face, until Hollister at last said to him, "Doesn't it give you the willies to look at me?" Rutherford shook his head. "Oh, no. I've got used to seeing fellows all twisted out of shape. You seem to be fit enough otherwise." "I am," Hollister said moodily. "But it's a devil of a handicap to have a mug like this." Makes people shy off, huh? Women particularly. I can imagine, Rutherford drawled. Tough luck, all right. People don't take very much stock in fellows that got smashed. Not much of a premium on disfigured heroes these days. Hollister laughed harshly. No, we're at a discount. We're duds. For half an hour they chatted more or less one-sidedly. Rutherford had a grievance which he took pains to air. He was on duty at Hastings Park, having been sent there a year earlier to instruct recruits, after recovering from a wound. He was the military man, par excellence. War was his game. He had been anxious to go to Siberia with the Canadian contingent which had just departed. And the High Command had retained him here to assist in the inglorious routine of demobilization. Rutherford was disgruntled. Siberia had promised new adventure, change, excitement. The man, Hollister soon perceived, was actually sorry the war was over. Sorry that his occupation was gone. He talked of resigning and going to Mexico, to offer his sword to whichever proved the stronger faction. It would be a picnic after the Western Front. A man could whip a brigade of those greasers into shape and become a power. There ought to be good chances for loot. Yet Hollister enjoyed his company. Rutherford was genial. He was the first man for long to accept Hollister as a human being. He promised to look Hollister up again before he went away. The world actually seemed cheerful to Hollister after Rutherford had gone, until, in moving about the room, he caught sight of his face in the mirror. End of chapter 2. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 3 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 3. About 10 days later, Tommy Rutherford walked into Hollister's room at 8 in the evening. He laid his cap and gloves on the bed, seated himself, swung his feet to and fro for a second, and reached for one of Hollister's cigarettes. "It's a hard world, old thing," he complained. "Here was I all set for an enjoyable winter. Nice people in Vancouver, all sorts of fetching affairs on the tapis, and I'm to be demobilized myself next week. Chucked out into the blooming street, with a gratuity and a couple of medals. Damn the luck!" He remained absorbed in his own reflections for a minute, blowing smoke rings with meticulous care. "I wonder if a fellow could make it go in Mexico," he drawled. Hollister made no comment. "Oh, well, hang it, sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof," he remarked with an abrupt change of tone. "I'm going to a hop at the Granada presently. Banish dull care and all that, for the time being anyway." His gaze came to an inquiring rest on Hollister. "What's up, old thing?" he asked lightly. "Why so mum?" "Oh, nothing much," Hollister answered. "Bad thing to get in the dumps," Rutherford observed sagely. "You ought to keep a bottle of Scotch handy for that." "Drink myself into a state of mind where the world glitters and becomes joyful, eh? No, I don't fancy your prescription. I'd be more apt to run amuck." "Oh, come now," Rutherford remonstrated. "It isn't so bad as that. Cheer up, old man. Things might be worse, you know." "Oh, hell!" Hollister exploded. After which he relapsed into a sullen silence, to which Rutherford, frankly mystified and somewhat inclined to resent this self-contained mood, presently left him. Hollister was glad when the man went away. He had a feeling of relief when the door closed and retreating footsteps echoed down the hall. He had grasped at a renewal of Rutherford's acquaintance as a man drowning in a sea of loneliness would grasp at any friendly straw. And Rutherford, Hollister quickly realized, was the most fragile sort of straw. The man was a profound, non-thinking egotist, the adventurer pure and simple, whose mentality never rose above grossness of one sort and another, in spite of a certain outward polish. He could tolerate Hollister's mutilated countenance because he had grown accustomed to horrible sights, not because he had any particular sympathy for a crippled, mutilated man's misfortune, or any understanding of such a man's state of feeling. To Rutherford that was the fortune of war. So many were killed, so many crippled, so many disfigured. It was luck. He believed in his own luck. The evil that befell other men left him rather indifferent. That was all. When Hollister once grasped Rutherford's attitude, he almost hated the man. He sat now staring out the window. A storm had broken over Vancouver that day. Tonight it was still gathering force. The sky was a lowering, slate-colored mass of clouds, spitting squally bursts of rain that drove in wet lines against his window and made the street below a glistening area shot with tiny streams and shallow puddles that were splashed over the curb by rolling motor wheels. The wind droned its ancient, melancholy chant among the telephone wires, shook with its unseen, powerful hands a row of bare maples across the way, rattled the windows in their frames. Now and then, in a momentary lull of the wind, a brief cessation of the city noises, Hollister could hear far off the beat of the Gulf seas bursting on the beach at English Bay, snoring in the mouth of False Creek. A dreary, threatening night that fitted his mood. He sat pondering over the many-horned dilemma upon which he hung impaled. He had done all that a man could do. He had given the best that was in him, played the game faithfully, according to the rules. And the net result had been for him the most complete disaster. So far as Myra went, he recognized that domestic tragedy as a natural consequence. He did not know, he was unable to say if his wife had simply been a weak and shallow woman, left too long alone, thrown too largely on her own resources in an environment so strongly tinctured by the high-pitched and reckless spirit generated by the war. He had always known that his wife, women generally were the same, he supposed, was dominated by emotional urges rather than cold reason. But that had never struck him as of great significance. Women were like that. A peculiar obtuseness concealed from him, until now, that men also were much the same. He was himself. When his feelings and his reason came into conflict, it was touch and go which should triumph. The fact remained that for a long time the war had separated them as effectually as a divorce court. Hollister had always had a hazy impression that Myra was the sort of woman to whom love was necessary, but he had presumed that it was the love of a particular man, and that man himself. This, it seemed, was a mistake, and he had paid a penalty for making that mistake. So he accepted this phase of his unhappiness without too much rancor. Myra had played fair, he perceived. She had told him what to expect, and the accident of a misleading report had permitted her to follow her bent with a moral sanction. That she had bestowed herself and some $40,000 of his money on another man was not the thing Hollister resented. He resented only the fact that her glow of love for him had not endured, that it had gone out like an untended fire. But for some inscrutable reason that had happened. He had built a dream house of an unstable foundation. It had tumbled down. Very well. He accepted that. But he did not accept this unuttered social dictum that he should be kept at arm's length because he had suffered a ghastly disarrangement of his features while acting as a shield behind which the rest of society rested secure. No, he would never accept that as a natural fact. He could not. No one said that he was a terrible object which should remain in the background along with family skeletons and unmentionable diseases. He was like poverty and injustice, present but ignored. And this being shunned and avoided, as if he were something which should go about in furtive obscurity, was rapidly driving Hollister to a state approaching desperation. For he could not rid himself of the social impulse any more than a healthy man can rid himself of the necessity for food and drink at certain intervals. If Hollister had been so crushed in body and mind that his spirit was utterly quenched, if his vitality had been so drained that he could sit passive and let the world go by unheeded, then he would have been at peace. He had seen men like that, many of them, content to sit in the sun, to be fed and let alone. Their hearts were broken as well as their bodies. But except for the distortion of his face, he returned as he had gone away, a man in full possession of his faculties, his passions, his strength. He could not be passive either physically or mentally. His mind was too alert, his spirit too sensitive, his body too crammed with vitality to see life go swinging by and have no hand in its manifestations and adventures. Yet he was growing discouraged. People shunned him, shrank from contact. His scarred face seemed to dry up in others the fountain of friendly intercourse. If he were a leper or a man convicted of some hideous crime, his isolation could not be more complete. It was as if the sight of him affected men and women with a sense of something unnatural, monstrous. He sweated under this. But he was alive, and life was a reality to him, the will to live a dominant force. Unless he succumbed in a moment of madness, he knew that he would continue to struggle for life and happiness because that was instinctive, and fundamental instincts are stronger than logic, reason, circumstance. How he was going to make his life even tolerably worth living was a question that harassed him with disheartening insistence as he watched through his window the slanting lines of rain and listened to the mournful cadences of the wind. "I must get to work at something," he said to himself. "If I sit still and think much more—" He did not carry that last sentence to its logical conclusion. Deliberately he strove to turn his thought out of the depressing channels in which it flowed and tried to picture what he should set about doing. Not office work. He could not hope for any inside position such as his experience easily enabled him to fill. He knew timber, the making and marketing of it, from top to bottom. But he could not see himself behind a desk, directing or selling. His face would frighten clients. He smiled, that rare grimace he permitted himself when alone. Very likely he would have to accept the commonest sort of labor, in a mill yard, or on a booming ground, among workers not too sensitive to a man's appearance. Staring through the streaming window, Hollister looked down on the traffic flow in the street, the hurrying figures that braved the storm in pursuit of pleasure or of necessity, and while that desperate loneliness gnawed at him, he felt once more a sense of utter defeat, of hopeless isolation, and for the first time he wished to hide, to get away out of sight and hearing of men. It was a fugitive impulse, but it set his mind harking back to the summer he had spent holidaying along the British Columbia coast long ago. The tall office buildings, with yellow window squares dotting the black walls, became the sun-bathed hills looking loftily down on rivers and bays and inlets that he knew. The wet floor of the street itself became a rippled arm of the sea, stretching far and silent between wooded slopes where deer and bear and all the furtive wild things of the forest went their accustomed way. Hollister had wandered alone in those hushed places, sleeping with his face to the stars, and he had not been lonely. He wondered if he could do that again. He sat nursing those visions, his imagination pleasantly quickened by them, as a man sometimes finds ease from care in dreaming of old days that were full of gladness. He was still deep in the past when he went to bed, and when he arose in the morning, the far places of the B.C. coast beckoned with a more imperious gesture, as if in those solitudes lay a sure refuge for such as he. And why not? He asked himself. Here in this pushing seaport town, among the 150,000 souls eagerly intent upon their business of gaining a livelihood, of making money, there was not one who cared whether he came or went, whether he was glad or sad, whether he had a song on his lips or the blackest gloom in his heart. He had done his bit as a man should. In the doing he had been broken in a cruel variety of ways. The war machine had chewed him up and spat him out on the scrap heap. None of these hale, unmanned citizens cared to be annoyed by the sight of him, of what had happened to him. And he could not much longer endure this unapproachableness, this palpable shrinking. He could not much longer bear to be in the midst of light and laughter, of friendly talk and smiling faces, and be utterly shut off from any part in it all. He was in as evil case as a man chained to a rock and dying of thirst, while a clear, cold stream flowed at his feet. Whether he walked the streets or sat brooding in his room, he could not escape the embittered consciousness that all about him there was a great plenty of kindly fellowship which he craved and which he could not share because war had stamped its iron heel upon his face. Yes, the more he thought about it, the more he craved the refuge of silence and solitude. If he could not escape from himself, at least he could withdraw from this feast at which he was a death's head. And so he began to cast about him for a place to go, for an objective, for something that should save him from being purely aimless. In the end it came into his mind that he might go back and look over this timber in the valley of the Toba River, this last vestige of his fortune which remained to him by pure chance. He had bought it as an investment for surplus funds. He had never even seen it. He would have smiled, if his face had been capable of smiling, at the irony of his owning 10,000,000 feet of Douglas fir and red cedar, material to build 1,000 cottages, he who no longer owned a roof to shelter his head, whose cash resources were only a few $100s. Whether Lewis sold the timber or not, he would go and see it. For a few weeks he would be alone in the woods, where men would not eye him askance, nor dainty, fresh-faced women shrink from him as they passed. End of chapter 3. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 4 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 4. The steamer backed away from a float of which Hollister was the sole occupant. She swung in a wide semicircle, pointed her bluff bow down the inlet, and presently all that he could see of her was the tip of her masts over a jutting point and the top of her red funnel trailing a pennant of smoke, black against a gray sky. Hollister stood looking about him. He was clad like a logger, in thick mackinaws and heavy boots, and the texture of his garments was appropriate to the temperature, the weather. He seemed to have stepped into another latitude, which, in truth, he had, for the head of Toba Inlet lies 150 miles northwest of Vancouver, and the thrust of that narrow arm of the sea carries it 30 miles into the glacial fastnesses of the Coast Range. The rain that drenched Vancouver became snow here. The lower slopes were green with timber which concealed the drifts that covered the rocky soil. A little higher, certain clear spaces bared the whiteness, and all the tree tops, the drooping boughs, carried a burden of clinging snow. Higher still lifted grim peaks, capped with massive snowbanks that even midsummer heat could never quite dispel. But these upper heights were now hidden in clouds and wraiths of frost fog, their faces shrouded in this winter veil which, except for rare bursts of sunshine or sweeping northwest wind, would not be lifted till the vernal equinox. It was very cold and very still, as if winter had laid a compelling silence on everything in the land. Except the faint slapping of little waves against the ice-encrusted, rocky shore, and the distant, harsh voices of some wheeling gulls, there was no sound or echo of a sound as he stood listening. Yet Hollister was not oppressed by this chill solitude. In that setting silence was appropriate. It was merely unexpected. For so long Hollister had lived amid blaring noises, the mechanical thunder and lightning of the war, the rumble of industry, the shuffle and clatter of crowds. He had forgotten what it was like to be alone, and in the most crowded places he had suffered the most grievous loneliness. For the time being he was unconscious of his mutilation, since there was no one by to remind him by look or act. He was only aware of a curious interest in what he saw, a subdued wonder at the majestic beauty and the profound hush, as if he had been suddenly transferred from a place where life was maddeningly, distractingly clamorous to a spot where life was mute. The head of Toba is neither a harbor nor a bay. One turns out of the island-studded Gulf of Georgia into an arm of the sea a mile in breadth. The cliffs and mountains grow higher, more precipitous mile by mile, until the inlet becomes a chasm with the salt water for its floor. On past frowning points, around slow curves, boring farther and farther into the mainland through a passage like a huge tunnel, the roof of which has been blown away. Then suddenly there is an end to the sea. Abruptly a bend is turned, and great mountains bar the way, peaks that lift from tidewater to treeless heights, formidable ranges bearing upon their rocky shoulders the lingering remains of a glacial age. The inlet ends there, the seaway barred by these frowning declivities. Hollister remembered the head of Toba after a fashion. He had the lay of the land in his mind. He had never seen it in midwinter, but the snow, the misty vapors drifting along the mountain sides, did not confuse him. From the float he now perceived two openings in the mountain chain. The lesser, coming in from the northwest, was little more than a deep and narrow gash in the white-clad hills. On his right opened the broader valley of the Toba River, up which he must go. For a space of perhaps 5 minutes Hollister stood gazing about him. Then he was reminded of his immediate necessities by the chill that crept over his feet, for several inches of snow overlaid the planked surface of the landing float. Knowing what he was about when he left Vancouver, Hollister had brought with him a 20-foot Hudson's Bay freight canoe, a capacious shoal water craft with high topsides. He slid this off the float, loaded into it sundry boxes and packages, and taking his seat astern, paddled inshore to where the rising tide was ruffled by the outsetting current of a river. Here, under the steep shoulder of a mountain, rows of piles stood gaunt above the tide flats. When Hollister had last seen the mouth of the Toba, those same piles had been the support of long boom-sticks, within which floated hundreds of logs. On the flat beside the river there had stood the rough shacks of a logging camp. Donkey engines were puffing and grunting in the woods. Now the booming ground was empty, save for those decaying, teredo-eaten sticks, and the camp was tumble-down ruin when he passed. He wondered if the valley of the Toba were wholly deserted, if the forests of virgin timber covering the delta of that water-course had been left to their ancient solitude. But he did not stop to puzzle over this. In 10 minutes he was over the sandy bar at the river's mouth. The sea was hidden behind him. He passed up a sluggish waterway lined by alder and maple, covered with dense thickets, a jumble in which flourished the stalwart salmonberry and the thorny sticks of the devil's club. Out of this maze of undergrowth rose the tall brown columns of Douglas fir, of red cedar, of spruce and hemlock with their drooping boughs. Sloughs branched off in narrow laterals, sheeted with thin ice, except where the current kept it open, and out of these open patches flocks of wild ducks scattered with a whir of wings. A mile upstream he turned a bend and passed a Siwash rancheria. The bright eyes of little brown-faced children peered shyly out at him from behind stumps. He could see rows of split salmon hung by the tail to the beams of an open-fronted smoke-house. Around another bend he came on a buck deer standing knee-deep in the water, and at the sight of him the animal snorted, leaped up the bank, and vanished as silently as a shadow. Hollister marked all these things without ceasing to ply his paddle. His objective lay some 6 miles upstream. But when he came at last to the upper limit of the tidal reach, he found in this deep, slack water new-driven piling, and freshly strung boom-sticks, and acres of logs confined therein, also a squat motor tugboat and certain lesser craft moored to these timbers. A little back from the bank he could see the roofs of buildings. He stayed his paddle a second to look with a mild curiosity. Then he went on. That human craving for companionship which had gained no response in the cities of 2 continents had left him for the time being. For that hour he was himself, sufficient unto himself. Here probably a score of men lived and worked, but they were not men he knew. They were not men who would care to know him, not after a clear sight of his face. Hollister did not say that to himself in so many words. He was only subconsciously aware of this conclusion. Nevertheless, it guided his actions. Through long, bitter months he had rebelled against spiritual isolation. The silent woods, the gray river, the cloud-wrapped hills seemed friendly by comparison with mankind, mankind which had marred him and now shrank from its handiwork. So he passed by this community in the wilderness, not because he wished to, but because he must. Within half a mile he struck fast water, long straight reaches up which he gained ground against the current by steady strokes of the paddle, shallows where he must wade and lead his craft by hand. So he came at last to the big bend of the Toba River, a great S curve, where the stream doubled upon itself in a mile-wide flat that had been stripped of its timber and lay now an unlovely vista of stumps, each with a white cap of snow. On the edge of this, where the river swung to the southern limit of the valley and ran under a cliff that lifted 1,000-foot sheer, he passed a small house. Smoke drifted blue from the stovepipe. A pile of freshly chopped firewood lay by the door. The dressed carcass of a deer hung under one projecting eave. Between two stumps a string of laundered clothes waved in the down-river breeze. By the garments Hollister knew a woman must be there. But none appeared to watch him pass. He did not halt, although the short afternoon was merging into dusk, and he knew the hospitality of those who go into lonely places to wrest a living from an untamed land. But he could not bear the thought of being endured rather than welcomed. He had suffered enough of that. He was in full retreat from just that attitude. He was growing afraid of contact with people, and he knew why he was afraid. When the long twilight was nearly spent, he gained the upper part of the Big Bend and hauled his canoe out on the bank. A small flat ran back to the mouth of a canyon, and through the flat trickled a stream of clear water. Hollister built a fire on a patch of dry ground at the base of a 6-foot fir. He set up his tent, made his bed, cooked his supper, sat with his feet to the fire, smoking a pipe. After 4 years of clamor and crowds, he marveled at the astonishing contentment which could settle on him here in this hushed valley, where silence rested like a fog. His fire was a red spot with a yellow nimbus. Beyond that ruddy circle, valley and cliff and clouded sky merged into an impenetrable blackness. Hollister had been cold and wet and hungry. Now he was warm and dry and fed. He lay with his feet stretched to the fire. For the time he almost ceased to think, relaxed as he was into a pleasant animal well-being, and so presently he fell asleep. In winter, north of the 49th parallel, and especially in those deep clefts like the Toba, dusk falls at 4 in the afternoon, and day has not grown to its full strength at 9 in the morning. Hollister had finished his breakfast before the first gleam of light touched the east. When day let him see the alpine crevasses that notched the northern wall of the valley, he buckled on a belt that carried a sheath axe, took up his rifle, and began first of all a cursory exploration of the flat on which he camped. It seemed to him that in some mysterious way he was beginning his life all over again, that life which his reason, with cold, inexorable logic, had classified as a hopeless ruin. He could not see wherein the ruin was lessened by embarking upon this lone adventure into the outlying places. Nevertheless, something about it had given a fillip to his spirits. He felt that he would better not inquire too closely into this, that too keen self-analysis was the evil from which he had suffered and which he should avoid. But he said to himself that if he could get pleasure out of so simple a thing as a canoe trip in a lonely region, there was hope for him yet. And in the same breath he wondered how long he could be sustained by that illusion. He had a blueprint of the area covering the Big Bend. That timber limit which he had lightly purchased long ago, and which unaccountably went begging a purchaser, lay south and a bit west from where he set up his camp. He satisfied himself of that by the blueprint and the staking description. The northeast corner stake should stand not a great way back from the river bank. He had to find a certain particularly described cedar tree, thence make his way south to a low cliff, at one extreme of which he should find a rock cairn with a squared post in its center. From that he could run his boundary lines with a pocket compass until he located the 3 remaining corners. Hollister found cedars enough, but none that pointed the way to a low cliff and a rock cairn. He ranged here and there, and at last went up the hillside which rose here so steeply as to be stiff climbing. It bore here and there a massive tree, rough-barked pillars rising to a branchy head 200 feet in the air. But for the most part the slope was clothed with scrubby hemlock and thickets of young fir and patches of hazel, out of which he stirred a great many grouse, and once a deer. But if he found no stakes to show him the boundaries of his property, he gained the upper rim of the high cliff which walled the southern side of the Big Bend, and all the valley opened before him. Smoke lifted in a pale spiral from the house below his camp. Abreast of the log boom he had passed in the river, he marked the roofs of several buildings, and back of the clearings in the logged-over land opened white squares against the dusky green of the surrounding timber. He perceived that a considerable settlement had arisen in the lower valley, that the forest was being logged off, that land was being cleared and cultivated. There was nothing strange in that. All over the earth, the growing pressure of population forced men continually to invade the strongholds of the wilderness. Here lay fertile acres, water, forest to supply timber, the highway of the sea to markets. Only labor, patient, unremitting labor, was needed to shape all that great valley for cultivation. Cleared and put to the plow, it would produce abundantly. A vast, fecund area out of which man, withdrawing from the hectic pressure of industrial civilization, could derive sustenance, if he possessed sufficient hardihood to survive such hardships and struggle as his forefathers had for their common lot. Hollister ranged the lower part of the hillside until hunger drove him back to camp. And as it sometimes happens that what a man fails to come upon when he seeks with method and intent, he stumbles upon by accident, so now Hollister, coming heedlessly downhill, found the corner stake he was seeking. With his belt axe he blazed a trail from this point to the flat below, so that he could find it again. He made no further explorations that afternoon. He spent a little time in making his camp comfortable in ways known to any outdoor man. But when day broke clear the following morning he was on the hill, compass in hand, bearing due west from the original stake. He found the second without much trouble. He ran a line south and east and north again, and so returned to his starting point by noon, with 2 salient facts outstanding in his mind. The first was that he suspected himself of having bought a poke which contained a pig of doubtful value. This, if true, made plain the difficulty of resale, and made him think decidedly unpleasant things of Lewis and Company, specialists in B.C. timber. The second was that someone, within recent years, had cut timber on his limit. And it was his timber. The possessive sense was fairly strong in Hollister, as it usually is in men who have ever possessed any considerable property. He did not like the idea of being cheated or robbed. In this case there was superficial evidence that both these things had happened to him. So when he had cooked himself a meal and smoked a pipe, he took to the high ground again, to verify or disprove these unwelcome conclusions. In that huge and largely inaccessible region which is embraced within the boundaries of British Columbia, in a land where the industrial life-blood flows chiefly along 2 railways and 3 navigable streams, there are many great areas where the facilities of transportation are much as they were when British Columbia was a field exploited only by trappers and traders. Settlement is still but a fringe upon the borders of the wilderness. Individuals and corporations own land and timber which they have never seen, sources of material wealth acquired cheaply, with an eye to the future. Beyond the railway belts, the navigable streams, the coastwise passages where steamers come and go, there lies a vast hinterland where canoe and pack-sack are still the mainstay of the traveler. In this almost primeval region the large-handed fashion of primitive transactions is still in vogue. Men traffic in timber and mineral stakings on the word of other men. The coastal slopes and valleys are dotted with timber claims which have been purchased by men and corporations in Vancouver and New York and London and Paris and Berlin, bought and traded sight unseen as small boys swap jackknives. There flourishes in connection with this, on the Pacific coast, the business of cruising timber, a vocation followed by hardy men prepared to go anywhere, any time, in fair weather or foul, commission such a man to fare into such a place, cruise such and such areas of timberland, described by metes and bounds. This resourceful surveyor-explorer will disappear. In the fullness of weeks he will return, bearded and travel-worn. He will place in your hands a report containing an estimate of so many million feet of standing fir, cedar, spruce, hemlock, with a description of the topography, an opinion on the difficulty or ease of the logging chance. On the British Columbia coast, a timber cruiser's report comes in the same category as a bank statement or a chartered accountant's audit of books, that is to say, it is unquestionable, an authentic statement of fact. Within the boundaries defined by the 4 stakes of the limit Hollister owned, there stood, according to the original cruising estimate, 8 million feet of merchantable timber, half fir, half red cedar. The Douglas fir covered the rocky slopes, and the cedar lined the gut of a deep hollow which split the limit midway. It was classed as a fair logging chance, since from that corner which dipped into the flats of the Toba, a donkey engine with its mile-long arm of steel cable could snatch the logs down to the river, whence they would be floated to the sea and towed to the Vancouver sawmills. Hollister had been guided by the custom of the country. He had put a surplus fund of cash into this property in the persuasion that it would resell at a profit, or that it could ultimately be logged at a still greater profit. And this persuasion rested upon the cruising estimate and the uprightness of Lewis and Company, specialists in B.C. timber, investments, etc. But Hollister had a practical knowledge of timber himself, acquired at first hand. He had skirted his boundaries and traversed the fringes of his property, and he saw scrubby, undersized trees where the 4-foot trunks of Douglas fir should have lifted in brown ranks. He had looked into the bisecting hollow from different angles and marked magnificent cedars, but too few of them. Taken with the fact that Lewis had failed to resell even at a reduced price, when standing timber had doubled in value since the beginning of the war, Hollister had grave doubts, which, however, he could not establish until he went over the ground and made a rough estimate for himself. This other matter of timber cutting was one he could settle in short order. It roused his curiosity. It gave him a touch of the resentment which stirs a man when he suspects himself of being the victim of pillaging vandals. No matter that despair had recently colored his mental vision, the sense of property right still functioned unimpaired. To be marred and impoverished and shunned as if he were a monstrosity were accomplished facts which had weighed upon him an intolerable burden. He forgot that now. There was nothing much here to remind him. He was free to react to this new sense of outrage, this new evidence of mankind's essential unfairness. In the toll taken of his timber by these unwarranted operations, there was little to grieve over, he discovered before long. He had that morning found and crossed, after a long, curious inspection, a chute which debouched from the middle of his limit and dipped towards the river bottom, apparently somewhere above his camp. He knew that this shallow trough built of slender poles was a means of conveying shingle bolts from the site of cutting to the water that should float them to market. Earlier he had seen signs of felling among the cedars, but only from a distance. He was not sure he had seen right until he discovered the chute. So now he went back to the chute and followed its winding length until it led into the very heart of the cedars in the hollow. 2 or 3 years had elapsed since the last tree was felled. Nor had there ever been much inroad on the standing timber. Someone had begun operations there and abandoned the work before enough timber had been cut to half repay the labor of building that long chute. Nor was that all. In the edge of the workings, the branches and litter of harvesting those hoary old cedars had been neatly cleared from a small level space, and on this space, bold against the white carpet of snow, stood a small log house. Hollister pushed open the latched door and stepped into the musty desolation of long abandoned rooms. It was neatly made, floored with split cedar, covered by a tight roof of cedar shakes. Its tiny paned windows were still intact. Within, it was divided into 2 rooms. There was no stove, and there had never been a stove. A rough fireplace of stone served for cooking. An iron bar crossed the fireplace, and on this bar still hung the fire-blackened pothooks. On nails and shelves against the wall, pans still hung and dishes stood thick with dust. On a home-made bunk in one corner lay a mattress which the rats had converted to their own uses, just as they had played havoc with papers scattered about the floor and the oilcloth on the table. Hollister passed into the other room. This had been a bedroom, a woman's bedroom. He guessed that by the remnants of fabric hanging over the windows, as well as by a skirt and sunbonnet which still hung from a nail. Here, too, was a bedspread with a rat-ruined mattress, and upon a shelf over the bed was ranged a row of books, perhaps 24 volumes, which the rats had somehow respected, except for sundry gnawing at the bindings. Hollister took one down. He smiled. That is to say, his eyes smiled and his features moved a little out of their rigid cast. Fancy finding the Comte of August Strindberg, the dramatist, that genius of subtle perception and abysmal gloom, here in this forsaken place. Hollister fluttered the pages. Writing on the flyleaf caught his eye. There was a date, and below that, Doris Cleveland, her book, He took down the others, one by one: an Iliad, a Hardy novel, The Way of All Flesh, between Kim and the Pilgrim Fathers, a volume of Swinburne rubbing shoulders with a California poet who sang of gibbous moons, The Ancient Lowly, cheek by jowl with Two Years Before the Mast, a Catholic collection, with strong meat sandwiched between some of the rat-gnawed covers, and each bore on the fly-leaf the inscription of the first, written in a clear, firm hand: Doris Cleveland, her book. Hollister put the last volume back in place and stood staring at the row. Who was Doris Cleveland, and why had she left her books to the rats? He gave over his wonder at the patently unanswerable, went out into the living room, glanced casually over that once more, and so to the outside, where the snow crisped under his feet now that the sun had withdrawn behind the hills. About the slashed area where the cedars had fallen, over stumps and broken branches and the low roof of the cabin, the virgin snow laid its softening whiteness, and the tall trees enclosed the spot with living green. A hidden squirrel broke out with brisk scolding, a small chirruping voice in a great silence. Here men had lived and worked and gone their way again. The forest remained as it was before. The thickets would soon arise to conceal man's handiwork. Hollister shook off this fleeting impression of man's impermanence and turned downhill, lest dark catch him in the heavy timber and make him lose his way. End of chapter 4. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 5 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 5. A wind began to sigh among the trees as Hollister made his way downhill. Over his evening fire he heard it grow to a lusty gale that filled the valley all night with moaning noises. Fierce gusts scattered the ashes of his fire and fluttered the walls of his tent, as though some strong-lunged giant were huffing and puffing to blow his house down. At daylight the wind died. A sky banked solid with clouds began to empty upon the land, a steady downpour of rain. All through the woods the sodden foliage dripped heavily. The snow melted, pouring muddy cataracts out of each gully, making tiny cascades over the edge of every cliff. Snowbanks slipped their hold on steep hillsides high in the north valley wall. They gathered way and came roaring down out of places hidden in the mist. Hollister could hear these slides thundering like distant artillery. Watching that grim facade across the river he saw, once or twice during the day, those masses plunge and leap, 10,000 tons of ice and snow and rock and crushed timber shooting over ledge and precipice, to end with fearful crashing and rumbling in the depth of a steep-walled gorge. He was tied to his camp. He could not stir abroad without more discomfort than he cared to undergo. Every bush, every bough would precipitate upon him showers of drops at the slightest touch. He sat by his fire in the mouth of the tent, and smoked and thought of the comfortable cabin up in the cedar hollow, and of Doris Cleveland's books. He began by reflecting that he might have brought one down to read. He ended before nightfall of a dull, rain-sodden day with a resolution to move up there when the weather cleared. A tent was well enough, but a house with a fireplace was better. The rain held 48 hours without intermission. Then, as if the clouds had discharged their aqueous cargo, and rode light as unballasted ships, they lifted in aerial fleets and sailed away, white in a blue sky. The sun, swinging in a low arc, cocked a lazy eye over the southern peaks, and Hollister carried his first pack-load up to the log cabin, while the moss underfoot, the tree trunks, the green blades of the salal, and the myriad stalks of the low thickets were still gleaming with the white frost that came with a clearing sky. He began with the idea of carrying up his blankets and 3 or 4 days' food. He ended by transporting up that steep slope everything but his canoe and the small tent. It might be, he said to himself as he lugged load after load, just a whim, a fancy, but he was free to act on a whim or a fancy, as free as if he were in the first blush of careless, adventurous youth, freer because he had none of the impatient hopes and urges and dreams of youth. He was finished, he told himself in a transient mood of bitterness. Why should he be governed by practical considerations? He was here, alone in the unsentient, uncritical forest. It did not matter to anyone whether he came or stayed. To himself it mattered least of all, he thought. There was neither plan nor purpose nor joy in his existence, save as he conceived the first casually, or snatched momentarily at the other in such simple ways as were available to him here, where at least there was no one and nothing to harass him, where he was surrounded by a wild beauty that comforted him in some fashion beyond his understanding. When he had brought the last of his food supply up to the cabin, he hauled the canoe back into a thicket, and covered it with the glossy green leaves of the salal. He folded his tent in a tight bundle, and strung it to a bough with a wire, out of reach of the wood rats. These tasks completed, he began his survey of the standing timber on his limit. At best he could make only a rough estimate, less accurate than a professional cruiser's would be, but sufficient to satisfy him. In a week he was reasonably certain that the most liberal estimate left less than half the quantity of merchantable timber for which he had paid good money. The fir, as a British Columbia logging chance, was all but negligible. What value resided there lay in the cedar alone. By the time he had established this, the clear, cold, sunny days came to an end. Rain began to drizzle half-heartedly out of a murky sky. Overnight the rain changed to snow, great flat flakes eddying soundlessly earthward in an atmosphere uncannily still. For 2 days and a night this ballet of the snowflakes continued, until valley and slope and the high ridges were 2 feet deep in the downy white. Then the storm which had been holding its breath broke with singular fury. The frost bared its teeth. The clouds still volleyed, but their discharge now filled the air with harsh, minute particles that stung bare skin like hot sand blown from a funnel. The wind shrieked its whole tonal gamut among the trees. It ripped the clinging masses of snow from drooping bough and exposed cliff and flung it here and there in swirling clouds. And above the treble voices of the storm Hollister, from the warm security of the cabin, could hear the intermittent rumbling of terrific slides. He could feel faint tremors in the earth from the shock of the arrested avalanche. This elemental fury wore itself out at last. The wind shrank to chill whisperings. But the sky remained gray and lowering, and the great mountain ranges, white again from foot to crest, save where the slides had left gashes of brown earth and bare granite, were wrapped in winter mists, obscuring vapors that drifted and opened and closed again. Hollister could stir abroad once more. His business there was at an end, but he considered with reluctance a return to Vancouver. He was not happy. He was merely passive. It did not matter to anyone where he went. It did not matter much to himself. He was as well here as elsewhere, until some substantial reason or some inner spur rowelled him into action. Here there was no one to look askance at his disfigurement. He was less alone than he would be in town, for he found a subtle sense of companionship in this solitude, as if the dusky woods and those grim aloof peaks accepted him for what he was, discounting all that misfortune which had visited him in the train of war. He knew that was sheer fantasy, but a fantasy that lent him comfort. So he stayed. He had plenty of material resources, a tight, warm house, food. He had reckoned on staying perhaps a month. He found now that his estimate of a month's staples was away over the mark. He could subsist 2 months. With care he could stretch it to 3, for there was game on that southern slope, deer and the white mountain goat and birds. He hunted the grouse at first, but that gave small return for ammunition expended, although the flesh of the blue and willow grouse is pleasant fare. When the big storm abated, he looked out one clear dawn and saw a buck deer standing in the open. At a distance of 60 yards he shot the animal, not because he hankered to kill, but because he needed meat. So under the cabin eaves he had quarters of venison, and he knew that he could go abroad on that snowy slope and stalk a deer with ease. There was a soothing pleasantness about a great blaze crackling in the stone fireplace. And he had Doris Cleveland's books. Yes, Hollister reiterated to himself, it was better than a bedroom off the blank corridor of a second-rate hotel, and the crowded streets that were more merciless to a stricken man than these silent places. Eventually he would have to go back, but for the present, well, he occupied himself wholly with the present, and he did not permit himself to look far beyond. From the deerskin he cut a quantity of fine strips and bent into oval shape 2 tough sticks of vine maple. Across these he strung a web of rawhide, thus furnishing himself with a pair of snowshoes, which were a necessity now that the snow lay everywhere knee-deep, and in many places engulfed him to the waist when he went into the woods. It pleased him to go on long snowshoe hikes. He reached far up the ridges that lifted one after another behind his timber. Once he gained a pinnacle, a solitary outstanding hummock of snow-bound granite rising above all the rest, rising above all the surrounding forest. From this summit he gained an eagle's view. The long curve of Toba Inlet wound like a strip of jade away down to where the islands of the lower gulf spread with channels of the sea between. He could see the twin Redondas, Cortez, Raza, the round blob that was Hernando, a picturesque nomenclature that was the inheritance of Spanish exploration before the time of Drake. Beyond the flat reaches of Valdez, Vancouver Island, an empire in itself, lifted its rocky backbone, a misty purple against the western sky. He watched a steamer, trailing a black banner of smoke, slide through Baker Pass. Out there men toiled at fishing. The woods echoed with the ring of their axes and the thin twanging of their saws. There would be the clank of machinery and the hiss of steam. but it was all hidden and muffled in those vast distances. He swung on his heel. Far below, the houses of the settlement in the lower Toba sent up blue wisps of smoke. To his right ran with many a twist and turn the valley itself, winding away into remote fastnesses of the Coast Range, a strip of level, fertile, timbered land, abutted upon by mountains that shamed the Alps for ruggedness, mountains gashed by slides, split by gloomy crevasses, burdened with glaciers which in the heat of summer spewed foaming cataracts over cliffs 1,000 foot sheer. Where the hill heads split the tide of green and living air, I would press adventure hard to her deepest lair. I would let the world's rebuke like a wind go by, with my naked soul laid bare to the naked sky. Out of some recess in his memory, where they had fixed themselves long before, those lines rose to Hollister's lips, and he looked a long time before he turned downhill. A week passed. Once more the blustery god of storms asserted his dominion, leaving the land, when he passed, a foot deeper in snow. If he had elected to stay there from choice, Hollister now kept close to his cabin from necessity, for passage with his goods to the steamer landing would have been a journey of more hardships than he cared to undertake. The river was a sheet of ice, except over the shallow rapids. Cold winds whistled up and down the Toba. Once or twice on clear days he climbed laboriously to a great height and felt the cold pressure of the northwest wind as he stood in the open, and through his field glasses he could see the inlet and the highroads of the sea past the inlet's mouth, all torn by surging waves that reared and broke in flashing crests of foam. So he sat in the cabin and read Doris Cleveland's books one after another, verse, philosophy, fiction, and when physical inaction troubled him, he cut and split and piled firewood far beyond his immediate need. He could not sit passive too long. Enforced leisure made too wide a breach in his defenses, and through that breach the demons of brooding and despondency were quick to enter. When neither books nor self-imposed tasks about the cabin served, he would take his rifle in hand, hook on the snowshoes, and trudge far afield in the surrounding forest. On one of these journeys he came out upon the rim of the great cliff which rose like a wall of masonry along the southern edge of the flats in the Big Bend. It was a clear day. Hollister had a pair of very powerful binoculars. He gazed from this height down on the settlement, on the reeking chimneys of those distant houses, on the tiny black objects that were men moving against a field of white. He could hear a faint whirring which he took to be the machinery of a sawmill. He could see on the river bank and at another point in the nearby woods the feathery puff of steam. He often wondered about these people, buried, like himself, in this snow-blanketed and mountain-ringed remoteness. Who were they? What manner of folk were they? He trifled with this curiosity, but it did not seriously occur to him that by 2 or 3 hours' tramping he could answer these idle speculations at first hand. Or if it did occur to him, he shrank from the undertaking as one shrinks from a dubious experiment which has proved a failure in former trials. But this day, under a frosty sky in which a February sun hung listless, Hollister turned his glasses on the cabin of the settler near his camp. He was on the edge of the cliff, so close that when he dislodged a fragment of rock it rolled over the brink, bounded once from the cliff's face, and after a lapse that grew to seconds struck with a distant thud among the timber at the foot of the precipice. Looking down through the binoculars, it was as if he sat on the topmost bough of a tall tree in the immediate neighborhood of the cabin, although he was fully half a mile distant. He could see each garment of a row on a line. He could distinguish colors: a blue skirt, the deep green of salal and second-growth cedar, the weathered hue of the walls. And while he stared, a woman stepped out of the doorway and stood looking, turning her head slowly until at last she gazed steadily up over the cliff brow as if she might be looking at Hollister himself. He sat on his haunches in the snow, his elbows braced on his knees, and trained the powerful lenses upon her. In a matter of half a minute her gaze shifted, turned back to the river. She shrugged her shoulders, or perhaps it was a shiver born of the cold, and then went back inside. Hollister rested the binoculars upon his knee. His face did not alter. Facile expression was impossible to that marred visage. Pain or anger or sorrow could no longer write its message there for the casual beholder to read. The thin, twisted remnants of his lips could tighten a little, and that was all. But his eyes, which had miraculously escaped injury, could still glow with the old fire, or grow dull and lifeless, giving some index to the mutations of his mind. And those darkly blue eyes, undimmed beacons amid the wreckage of his features, burned and gleamed now with a strange fire. The woman who had been standing there staring up the hillside, with the sun playing hide and seek in her yellow hair, was Myra Hollister, his wife. End of chapter 5. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 6 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 6. Hollister sat in the snow, his gaze fixed upon this house on the river bank, wrestling with all the implications of this incredible discovery. He could neither believe what he had seen nor deny the evidence of his vision. He kept watch, with the glasses ready to fix upon the woman if she emerged again. But she did not reappear. The cold began to chill his body, to stiffen his limbs. He rose at last and made his way along the cliff, keeping always a close watch on the house below, until he came abreast of his own quarters and turned reluctantly into the hollow where the cedars masked the log cabin. He cooked a meal and ate his food in a mechanical sort of abstraction, troubled beyond measure, rousing himself out of periods of concentration in which there seemed, curiously, to be two of him present, one questioning and wondering, the other putting forward critical and sneering answers, pointing out the folly of his wonder. In the end he began to entertain a real doubt not only of the correctness of his sight, but also of his sanity. For it was clearly impossible, his reason insisted, that Myra would be pioneering in those snowy solitudes, that she should live in a rude shack among stumps on the fringe of a wilderness. She had been a creature of luxury. Hollister could not conceive a necessity for her doing this. He had so arranged his affairs when he went to France that she had access to and complete control of his fortune. When she disclosed to him by letter the curious transformation of her affections, He had not revoked that arrangement. In the bewildering shock of that disclosure, his first thought had not been a concern for his property. And the official report of him as killed in action which followed so soon after had allowed her to reap the full benefit of this situation. When she left London, if indeed she had left London, with her new associate in the field of emotion, she had at least $45,000 in negotiable securities. And if so, then why? Hollister's reason projected him swiftly and surely out of pained and useless speculation into forthright doing. From surety of what he had seen he passed to doubt, to uneasiness about himself. For if he could not look at a fair-haired woman without seeing Myra's face, then he must be going mad. He must know beyond any equivocation. There was a simple way to know, and that way Hollister took while the embers of his noonday fire still glowed red on the hearth. He took his glasses and went down to the valley floor. It would have been a simple matter and the essence of directness to walk boldly up and rap at the door. Certainly he would not be recognized. He could account for himself as a traveler in need of matches, some trifling thing to be borrowed. The wilderness is a destroyer of conventions. The passer-by needs to observe no ceremony. He comes from nowhere and passes into the unknown, unquestioned as to his name, his purpose, or his destination. That is the way of all frontiers. But Hollister wished to see without being seen. He did not know why. He did not attempt to fathom his reluctance for open approach. In the social isolation which his disfigurement had inflicted upon him, Hollister had become as much guided by instinct in his actions and impulses as by any coldly reasoned process. He was moved to his stealthy approach now by an instinct which he obeyed as blindly as the crawling worm. He drew up within 50 yards of the house, moving furtively through thickets that screened him, and took up his post beside a stump. He peered through the drooping boughs of a clump of young cedar. There, in perfect concealment, hidden as the deer hides to let a roving hunter pass, Hollister watched with a patience which was proof against cold, against the discomfort of snow that rose to his thighs. For an hour he waited. Except for the wavering smoke from the stovepipe, the place might have been deserted. The house was one with the pervading hush of the valley. Hollister grew numb, but he held his post. And at last the door opened and the woman stood framed in the opening. She poised for an instant on the threshold, looking across the river. Her gaze pivoted slowly until it encompassed the arc of a half circle, so that she faced Hollister squarely. He had the binoculars focused on her face. It seemed near enough to touch. Then she took a step or two gingerly in the snow, and stooping, picked up a few sticks from a pile of split wood. The door closed upon her once more. Hollister turned upon the instant, retraced his steps across the flat, gained the foot of the steep hill, and climbed step by step, with prodigious effort in the deep snow, until he reached the cabin. He had reaffirmed the evidence of his eyes, and was no longer troubled by the vague fear that a disordered imagination had played him a disturbing trick. He had looked on his wife's face, beyond a question. He accepted this astounding fact as a man must accept the indubitable. She was here in the flesh, this fair-haired, delicate-skinned woman whose arms and lips had once been his sure refuge. Here, in a rude cabin on the brink of a frozen river, chance had set her neighbor to him. To what end Hollister neither knew nor wished to inquire. He said to himself that it did not matter. He repeated this aloud. He believed it to be true. How could it matter now? But he found that it did matter in a way that he had not reckoned upon. For he found that he could not ignore her presence there. He could not thrust her into the outer darkness beyond the luminous circle of his thoughts. She haunted him with a troublesome insistence. He had loved her. She had loved him. If that love had gone glimmering, there still remained memory from which he could not escape. Memories of caresses and embraces, of mutual passion, of all they had been to each other through a time when they desired only to be all things to each other. These things arose like ghosts out of forgotten chambers in his mind. He could not kill memory, and since he was a man, a physically perfect man, virile and unspent, memory tortured him. He could not escape the consequences of being the dominant impulses of life. No normal man can. He may think he can. He may rest secure for a time in that belief. But it will fail him, and of this Hollister now became aware. He made every effort to shake off this new besetment, this fresh assault upon the tranquillity he had attained, but he could not abolish recollection. He could not prevent his mind from dwelling upon this woman who had once meant so much to him, nor his flesh from responding to the stimulus of her nearness. When a man is thirsty, he must drink. When he is hungry, food alone can satisfy that hunger. And there arose in Hollister that ancient sex hunger from which no man may escape. It had been dormant in him for a time, dormant but not dead. In all his life Hollister had never gone about consciously looking upon women with a lustful eye. But he understood life, its curious manifestations, its sensory demands, its needs. For a long time pain, grief, suffering of body and anguish of mind had suppressed in him every fluttering of desire. He had accepted that apparent snuffing out of passion thankfully. Where, he had said to himself when he thought of this, where would he find such a woman as he could love who would find pleasure in the embrace of a marred thing like himself? Ah, no. He had seen them shrink too often from mere sight of his twisted face. The fruits of love were not for the plucking of such as he. Therefore he was glad that the urge of sex no longer troubled him. Yet here, in a brief span, amid these silent hills and dusky forests where he had begun to perceive that life might still have compensations for him, this passivity had been overthrown, swept away, destroyed. He could not look out over the brow of that cliff without thinking of the woman in the valley below. He could not think of her without the floodgates of his recollection loosing their torrents. He had slept with her head pillowed in the crook of his arm. He had been wakened by the warm pressure of her lips on his. All the tender intimacies of their life together had lurked in his subconsciousness, to rise and torture him now. And it was torture. He would tramp far along those slopes, and when he looked too long at some distant peak, he would think of Myra. He would sit beside his fireplace with one of Doris Cleveland's books in his hand, and the print would grow blurred and meaningless. In the glow of the coals Myra's face would take form and mock him with a seductive smile. Out of the gallery of his mind pictures would come trooping, and in each the chief figure was that fair-haired woman who had been his wife. At night, while he slept, he was hounded by dreams in which the conscious repression of his waking hours went by the board, and he was delivered over to the fantastic deviltries of the subconscious. Hollister had never been a sentimental fool, nor a sensualist, whose unrestrained passions muddied the streams of his thought. But he was a man, aware of both mind and body. Neither functioned mechanically. Both were complex. By no effort of his will could he command the blood in his veins to course less hotly. By no exercise of any power he possessed could he force his mind always to do his bidding. He did not love this woman whose nearness so proudly disturbed him. Sometimes he hated her consciously, with a volcanic intensity that made his fingers itch for a strangling grip upon her white throat. She had ripped up by the roots his faith in life and love at a time when he sorely needed that faith, when the sustaining power of some such faith was his only shield against the daily impact of bloodshed and suffering and death, of all the nerve-shattering accompaniments of war. Yet he suffered from the spur of her nearness, those haunting pictures of her which he could not bar out of his mind, those revived memories of alluring tenderness, of her clinging to him with soft arms and laughter on her lips. He would stand on the rim of the cliff, looking down at the house by the river, thinking the unthinkable, attracted and repulsed, a victim to his imagination and the fever of his flesh, until it seemed to him sometimes that in the loaded chamber of his rifle lay the only sure avenue of escape from these vain longings, from unattainable desire. Slowly a desperate resolution formed within his seething brain, shadowy at first, recurring again and again with insistent persuasion, until it no longer frightened him as it did at first, no longer made him shrink and feel a loathing of himself. She was his wife. She had ceased to care for him. She had given herself to another man. No matter, she was still his. Legally, beyond any shadow of a doubt. The law and the church had joined them together. Neither man nor God had put them asunder, and the law had not released them from their bonds. Then, if he wanted her, why should he not take her? Watching the house day after day, hours at a stretch, Hollister brooded over this new madness. But it no longer seemed to him madness. It came to seem fit and proper, a matter well within his rights. He postulated a hypothetical situation. If he, officially dead, resurrected himself and claimed her, who was there to say him nay if he demanded and exacted a literal fulfillment of her solemn covenant to love, honor, and obey? She herself? Hollister snapped his fingers. The man she lived with? Hollister dismissed him with an impatient gesture. The purely animal man, which is never wholly extinguished, which merely lurks unsuspected under centuries of cultural veneer, to rise lustily when slowly acquired moralities shrivel in the crucible of passion, now began to actuate Hollister with a strange cunning, a ferocity of anticipation. He would repossess himself of this fair-haired woman. And she should have no voice in the matter. Very well. But how? That was simplicity itself. No one knew such a man as he was in the Toba country. All these folks in the valley below went about unconscious of his existence in that cabin well hidden among the great cedars. All he required was the conjunction of a certain kind of weather and the absence of the man. Falling snow to cover the single track that should lead to this cabin, to bury the dual footprints that should lead away. The absence of the man was to avoid a clash. Not because Hollister feared that, simply because in his mind The man was not a factor to be considered, except as the possibility of his interference should be most easily avoided. Because if he did interfere he might have to kill him, and that was a complication he did not wish to invoke. Somehow he felt no grudge against this man, no jealousy. The man's absence was a common occurrence. Hollister had observed that nearly every day he was abroad in the woods with a gun. For the obscuring storm, the obliterating snowfall, he would have to wait. All this, every possible contingency, took form as potential action in his obsessed mind, with neither perception nor consideration of consequences. The consummation alone urged him. The most primitive instinct swayed him. The ultimate consequences were as nothing. This plan was scarcely formed in Hollister's brain before he modified it. He could not wait for that happy conjunction of circumstances which favored action. He must create his own circumstances. This he readily perceived as the better plan. When he sought a way it was revealed to him. A few hundred yards above the eastern limit of the flat where his canoe was cached, there jutted into the river a low, rocky point. From the river back to the woods, the wind had swept the bald surface of this little ridge clear of snow. He could go down over those sloping rocks to the glare ice of the river. He could go and come and leave no footprints, no trace. There would be no mark to betray, unless a searcher ranged well up the hillside and so came upon his track. And if a man, searching for this woman, bore up the mountainside and came at last to the log cabin, what would he find? Only another man who had arisen after being dead and had returned to take possession of his own. Hollister threw back his head and burst into sardonic laughter. It pleased him, this devastating jest which he was about to perpetrate upon his wife and her lover. From the seclusion of the timber behind this point of rocks he set himself to watch through his glasses the house down the river. The second day of keeping this vigil he saw the man leave the place, gun in hand, cross on the river ice, and vanish in the heavy timber of that wide bottom land. Hollister did not know what business took him on these recurrent absences. Hunting, he guessed, but he had noted that the man seldom returned before late in the afternoon, and sometimes not till dusk. He waited impatiently for an hour. Then he went down to the frozen river. 20 minutes' rapid striding brought him to the door of the house. The place was roughly built of split cedar. A door and a window faced the river. The window was uncurtained, a bald square of glass. The sun had grown to some little strength. The air that morning had softened to a balminess like spring. Hollister had approached unseen over snow softened by this warmth until it lost its frosty crispness underfoot. Now, through the uncurtained window, his gaze marked a section of the interior, and what he saw stayed the hand he lifted to rap on the door. A man, young, smooth-faced, dark almost to swarthiness, sat on a bench beside a table on which stood the uncleared litter of breakfast. And Myra sat also at the table with one corner of it between them. She leaned an elbow on the board and nursed her round chin in the palm of that hand, while the other was imprisoned between the two clasped hands of the man. He was bending over this caught hand, leaning eagerly toward her, speaking rapidly. Myra sat listening. Her lips were slightly parted. Her eyelids drooped. Her breast rose and fell in a slow, rhythmic heave. Otherwise she was motionless and faintly smiling, as if she were given up to some blissful languor. And the man spoke on, caressing her imprisoned hand, stroking it, looking at her with the glow of conquest in his hot eyes. Hollister leaned on the muzzle of his grounded rifle, staring through the window. He could see their lips move. He could hear, faintly, the tense murmur of the man's voice. He saw the man bend his head and press a kiss on the imprisoned hand. He turned softly and went down the bank to the river and walked away over the ice. When he had put 500 yards between himself and that house, he turned to look back. He put his hand to his face and wiped away drops of sweat, a clammy exudation that broke out all over his body very much as if he had just become aware of escaping by a hair's breadth some imminent and terrible disaster. In truth, that was precisely his feeling, as if he had been capering madly on the brink of some fearful abyss which he could not see until it was revealed to him in a terrifying flash. He shivered. His ego groveled in the dirt. He had often smiled at theories of dual personality. But standing there on the frozen stream, with the white hills looming high above the green forested lowlands, he was no longer sure of anything, least of all whether in him might lurk a duality of forces which could sway him as they would. Either that, or he had gone mad for a while, a brief madness born of sex hunger, of isolation, of brooding over unassuaged bitterness. Perhaps he might have done what he set out to do, if the man had not been there. But he did not think so now. The break of his real manhood had begun to set upon those wild impulses before he drew up to the door and looked in the window. What he saw there only cleared with a brusque hand the cobwebs from his brain. Fundamentally, Hollister hated trickery, deceit, unfairness, double-dealing. In his normal state he would neither lie, cheat, nor steal. He had grown up with a natural tendency to regard his own ethics as the common attribute of others. There had somehow been born in him, or had developed as an intrinsic part of his character early in life, a childlike, trustful quality of faith in human goodness. And that faith had begun to reel under grievous blows dealt it in the last 4 years. Myra was not worth the taking, even if he had a legal and moral right to take her, not that he attempted to justify himself now by any such sophistry. She could not be faithful, it seemed, even to a chosen lover. The man into whose eyes she gazed with such obvious complacence was not the man she lived with in that house on the river bank. Hollister had watched him through the glasses often enough to know. He was a tall, ruddy-faced man, a big man, and handsome. Hollister had looked at him often enough, reckoning him to be an Englishman, the man Myra married in London, the man for whom she had conceived such a passion that she had torn Hollister's heart by the brutal directness of her written avowal. Hollister had watched him swinging his axe on the woodpile, going off on those long tramps in the bottomland. He might be within gunshot of the house at this moment. Hollister found himself pitying this man. He found himself wondering if it had always been that way with Myra, if she were the helpless victim of her own senses. There were women like that. Plenty of them. Men, too. Sufferers from an overstimulated sexuality. He could not doubt that. He suspected that he was touched with it himself. What a muddle life was, Hollister reflected sadly, looking down from the last opening before he plunged into the cedar grove that hid the log cabin. Here, amid this wild beauty, this grandeur of mountain and forest, this silent land virginal in its winter garment, human passion, ancient as the hills themselves, functioned in the old, old way. But he did not expend much thought on mere generalizations. The problem of Myra and her lovers was no longer his problem. Their passions and pains were not his. Hollister understood very clearly that he had escaped an action that might have had far-reaching consequences. He was concerned with his escape, and also with the possible recurrence of that strange obsession, or mood, or madness, or whatever it was that had so warped his normal outlook that he could harbor such thoughts and plan such deeds. He did not want to pass through that furnace again. He had had enough of the Toba Valley. No, he modified that. The valley and the sentinel peaks that stood guard over it, the lowlands duskily green and full of balsamy odors from the forest, was still a goodly place to be. But old sins and sorrows, and new disturbing phases of human passion were here at his elbow to dispel the restful peace he had won for a little while. He must escape from that. To go was not so simple as his coming. The river was frozen, that watery highway closed. But he solved the problem by knowledge gained in those casual wanderings along the ridge above the valley. He knew a direct way of gaining the inlet head on foot. So he spent a last night before the fireplace, staring silently into the dancing blaze, seeing strange visions in the glowing coals, lying down to heavy, dreamless sleep at last in his bunk. At daybreak he struck out westward along the great cliff that frowned on the Big Bend, his blankets and a small emergency supply of food in a bulky pack upon his shoulders. When the sheer face of the cliff ran out to a steep, scrubbily timbered hillside, he dropped down to the valley floor and bore toward the river through a wide flat. Here he moved through a forest of cedar and spruce so high and dense that no ray of sun ever penetrated through those interlocked branches to warm the earth in which those enormous trunks were rooted. Moss hung in streamers from the lower boughs. It was dusky there in full day. The wild things of the region made this their sanctuary. Squirrels scolded as he passed. The willow grouse tamely allowed him to approach within 20 feet before they fluttered to the nearest thicket. The deep snow was crisscrossed by the tracks of innumerable deer driven down from the highlands by the deeper snow above. For a time, in this shadowy temple of the pagan gods, Hollister was forced to depend on a pocket compass to hold a course in the direction he wished to go. But at last he came out in a slashing, a place where loggers had been recently at work. Here a donkey engine stood black and cold on its skids, half buried in snow. Beyond this working a clear field opened, and past the field he saw the outline of the houses on the river bank, and he bore straight for these to learn upon what days the steamer touched the head of Toba and how he might best gain that float upon which he had disembarked 2 months before. End of chapter 6. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 7 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 7. Hollister stowed his pack in the smoking room, and stood outside by the rail, watching the Toba Valley fall astern, a green fissure in the white rampart of the Coast Range. Chance, the inscrutable arbiter of human destinies, had directed him that morning to a man cutting wood on the bank of the river, close by that cluster of houses where other men stirred about various tasks, where there must have been wives and mothers, for he saw a dozen children at play by a snow fort. "Steamer?" the man answered Hollister's inquiry. "Say, if you want to catch her, you just about got time. 2 fellows from here left a while ago. If you hurry, maybe you can catch 'em. If you catch 'em before they get out over the bar, they'll give you a lift to the float. If you don't, you're stuck for a week. There's only one rowboat down there." Hollister had caught them. He took a last thoughtful look. Over the vessel's bubbling wake he could see the whole head of the Inlet deep in winter snows, a white world, coldly aloof in its grandeur. It was beautiful, full of the majesty of serene distances, of great heights. It stood forth clothed with the dignity of massiveness, of permanence. It was as it had been for centuries, calm and untroubled, unmoved by floods and slides, by fires and slow glacial changes. Yes, it was beautiful, and Hollister looked a long time, for he was not sure he would see it again. He had a canoe and a tent cached in that silent valley, but for these alone he would not return. Neither the ownership of that timber which he now esteemed of doubtful value, nor the event of its sale would require his presence there. He continued to stare with an absent look in his eyes, until a crook in the Inlet hid those white escarpments and outstanding peaks, and the Inlet walls, themselves lifting to dizzy heights that were shrouded in rolling mist, marked the limit of his visual range. The ship's bell tinkled the noon hour. A white-jacketed steward walked the decks, proclaiming to all and sundry that luncheon was being served. Hollister made his way to the dining saloon. The steamer was past Salmon Bay when he returned above decks to lean on the rail, watching the shores flit by, marking with a little wonder the rapid change in temperature, the growing mildness in the air, as the steamer drew farther away from the gorge-like head of Toba, with its aerial ice fields and snowy slopes. 20 miles below Salmon Bay, the island-dotted area of the Gulf of Georgia began. There a snowfall seldom endured long, and the teeth of the frost were blunted by eternal rains. There the logging camps worked full blast the year around, in sunshine and drizzle and fog. All that region bordering on the open sea bore a more genial aspect and supported more people and industries in scattered groups than could be found in any of those lonely inlets. Hollister was not thinking particularly of these things. He had eaten his meal at a table with 6 other men. In the saloon probably 20 others applied themselves, with more diligence than refinement, to their food. There was a leavening of women in this male mass of loggers, fishermen, and what not. A buzz of conversation filled the place, but Hollister was not a participant. He observed casual, covert glances at his disfigured face, that disarrangement of his features and marring of his flesh which made men ill at ease in his presence. He felt a recurrence of the old protest against this. He experienced a return of that depression which had driven him out of Vancouver. It was a disheartenment from which nothing in the future, no hope, no dream, could deliver him. He was as he was. He would always be like that. The finality of it appalled him. After a time he became aware of a young woman leaning, like himself, against the rail a few feet distant. He experienced a curious degree of self-consciousness as he observed her. The thought crossed his mind that presently she would look at him and move away. When she did not, his eyes kept coming back to her with the involuntary curiosity of the casual male concerning the strange female. She was of medium height, well formed, dressed in a well-tailored gray suit. Under the edges of a black velvet turban her hair showed glossy brown in a smooth roll. She had one elbow propped on the rail, and her chin nestled in the palm. Hollister could see a clean-cut profile, the symmetrical outline of her nose, one delicately colored cheek above the gloved hand, and a neckpiece of dark fur. He wondered what she was so intent upon for so long, leaning immobile against that wooden guard. He continued to watch her. Would she presently bestow a cursory glance upon him and withdraw to some other part of the ship? Hollister waited for that with moody expectation. He found himself wishing to hear her voice, to speak to her, to have her talk to him. But he did not expect any concession to a whimsical desire. Nevertheless, the unexpected presently occurred. The girl moved slightly. A handbag slipped from under her arm to the deck. She half turned, seemed to hesitate. Instinctively, as a matter of common courtesy to a woman, Hollister took a step forward, picked it up. Quite as instinctively he braced himself, so to speak, for the shocked look that would gather like a shadow on her piquant face. But it did not come. The girl's gaze bore imperturbably upon him as he restored the handbag to her hand. The faintest sort of smile lurked about the corners of a pretty mouth. Her eyes were a cloudy gray. They seemed to look out at the world with a curious impassivity. That much Hollister saw in a fleeting glance. "Thanks, very much," she said pleasantly. Hollister resumed his post against the rail. His movement had brought him nearer so that he stood now within arm's length, and his interest in her had awakened, become suddenly intense. He felt a queer thankfulness, a warm, inward gratefulness that she had been able to regard his disfigurement unmoved. He wondered how she could. For months he had encountered women's averted faces, the reluctant glances of mingled pity and distaste which he had schooled himself to expect and endure, but which he never ceased to resent. This girl's uncommon self-possession at close contact with him was a puzzle as well as a pleasure. A little thing, to be sure, but it warmed Hollister. It was like an unexpected gleam of sunshine out of a sky banked deep with clouds. Presently, to his surprise, the girl spoke to him. "Are we getting near the Channel Islands?" She was looking directly at him, and Hollister was struck afresh with the curious quality of her gaze, the strangely unperturbed directness of her eyes upon him. He made haste to answer her question. "We'll pass between them in another mile. You can see the western island a little off our starboard bow." "I should be very glad if I could, but I shall have to take your word for its being there." "I'm afraid I don't quite understand." A smile spread over her face at the puzzled tone. "I'm blind," she explained, with what struck Hollister as infinite patience. "If my eyes were not sightless, I shouldn't have to ask a stranger about the Channel Islands. I used to be able to see them well enough." Hollister stared at her. He could not associate those wide gray eyes with total darkness. He could scarcely make himself comprehend a world devoid of light and color, an existence in which one felt and breathed and had being amid eternal darkness, yet for the moment he was selfish enough to feel glad, and he said so, with uncharacteristic impulsiveness. "I'm glad you can't see," he found himself saying. "If you could—" "What a queer thing to say!" the girl interrupted. "I thought everyone always regarded a blind person as an object of pity." There was an unmistakably sardonic inflection in the last sentence. "But you don't find it so, Hollister questioned eagerly. He was sure he had interpreted that inflection. "And you sometimes resent that attitude, "I dare say I do," the girl replied, after a moment's consideration. "To be unable to see is a handicap. At the same time to have pity drooled all over one is sometimes irritating. But why did you just say you were glad I was blind?" "I didn't mean that. I meant that I was glad you couldn't see me," he explained. "One of Fritz's shells tore my face to pieces. People don't like to look at the result. Women, particularly. You can't see my wrecked face, so you don't shudder and pass on. I suppose that is why I said that the way I did." "I see. You feel a little bit glad to come across someone who doesn't know whether your face is straight or crooked? Someone who accepts you sight unseen, as she would any man who spoke and acted courteously? Is that it?" "Yes," Hollister admitted. "That's about it." "But your friends and relatives?" she suggested softly. "I have no relatives in this country," he said. "And I have no friends anywhere, now." She considered this a moment, rubbing her cheek with a gloved forefinger. What was she thinking about, Hollister wondered. "That must be rather terrible at times. I'm not much given to slopping over, but I find myself feeling sorry for you, and you are only a disembodied voice. Your fix is something like my own," she said at last, "and I have always denied that misery loves company." "You were right in that, too," Hollister replied. "Misery wants pleasant company. At least, that sort of misery which comes from isolation and unfriendliness makes me appreciate even chance companionship." "Is it so bad as that?" she asked quickly. The tone of her voice made Hollister quiver, it was so unexpected, so wistful. "Just about. I've become a stray dog in this old world. And it used to be a pretty good sort of a world for me in the old days. I'm not whining, but I do feel like kicking. There's a difference, you know." He felt ashamed of this mild outburst as soon as it was uttered. But it was true enough, and he could not help saying it. There was something about this girl that broke down his reticence, made him want to talk, made him feel sure he would not be misunderstood. She nodded. "There is a great difference. Anyone with any spirit will kick if there is anything to kick about, and it's always shameful to whine. You don't seem like a man who could whine." "How can you tell what sort of man I am?" Hollister inquired. "You just said that I was only a disembodied voice." She laughed, a musical low-toned chuckle that pleased him. "One gets impressions," she answered. "Being sightless sharpens other faculties. You often have very definite impressions in your mind about people you have never seen, don't you?" "Oh, yes," he agreed. "I dare say everyone gets such impressions." "Sometimes one finds those impressions are merely verified by actual sight. So there you are. I get a certain impression of you by the language you use, your tone, your inflections. and by a something else which in those who can see is called intuition, for lack of something more definite in the way of a term. Aren't you ever mistaken in those impressionistic estimates of people?" She hesitated a little. "Sometimes. Not often. That sounds egotistic, but really it is true." The steamer drew out of the mouth of Toba Inlet. In the widening stretch between the mainland and the Redondas a cold wind came whistling out of Homfray Channel. Hollister felt the chill of it through his mackinaw coat, and was moved to thought of his companion's comfort. "May I find you a warm place to sit?" he asked. "That's an uncomfortable breeze. And do you mind if I talk to you? I haven't talked to anyone like you for a long time." She smiled assent. "Ditto to that last," she said. "You aren't a Western man, are you?" she continued, as Hollister took her by the arm and led her toward a cabin abaft the wheelhouse on the boat deck, a roomy lounging place unoccupied, save by a fat woman taking a midday nap in one corner, her double chin sunk on her ample bosom. "No," he said. "I'm from the East. But I spent some time out here once or twice, and I remembered the coast as a place I liked. So I came back here when the war was over and everything gone to pot, at least where I was concerned. My name is Hollister." "Mine," she replied, "is Cleveland." Hollister looked at her intently. "Doris Cleveland, her book," he said aloud. It was to all intents and purposes a question. "Why do you say that?" the girl asked quickly. "And how do you happen to know my given name?" "That was a guess," he answered. "Is it right?" "Yes, but—" "Let me tell you," he interrupted. "It's queer, and still it's simple enough. 2 months ago I went into Toba Inlet to look at some timber about 5 miles up the river from the mouth. When I got there I decided to stay a while. It was less lonesome there than in the racket and hustle of a town where I knew no one and nobody wanted to know me. I made a camp, and in looking over a stretch of timber on a slope that runs south from the river, I found a log cabin." "In a hollow full of big cedars back of the cliff along the south side of the Big Bend?" the girl cut in eagerly. "A log house with 2 rooms, where some shingle bolts had been cut, with a bolt chute leading downhill?" "The very same," Hollister continued. "I see you know the place. And in this cabin there was a shelf with a row of books, and each one had written on the flyleaf, 'Doris Cleveland, her book.'" "My poor books," she murmured. "I thought the rats had torn them to bits long ago." "No, except for a few nibbles at the binding. Perhaps," Hollister said whimsically, "the rats knew that some day a man would need those books to keep him from going crazy, alone there in the quiet hills. They were good books, and they would give his mind something to do besides brooding over past ills and an empty future." "They did that for you?" she asked. "Yes. They were all the company I had for 2 months. I often wondered who Doris Cleveland was, and why she left her books to the rats, and was thankful that she did. So you lived up there?" "Yes. It was there I had my last look at the sun shining on the hills. I dare say the most vivid pictures I have in my mind are made up of things there. Why, I can see every peak and gorge yet, and the valley below with the river winding through, and the beaver meadows in the flats, all those slides and glaciers and waterfalls, cascades like ribbons of silver against green velvet. I loved it all. It was so beautiful." She spoke a little absently, with the faintest shadow of regret, her voice lingering on the words. And after a momentary silence she went on: "We lived there nearly a year, my two brothers and I. I know every rock and gully within 2 miles of that cabin. I helped to build that little house. I used to tramp around in the woods alone. I used to sit and read, and sometimes just dream, under those big cedars on hot summer afternoons. The boys thought they would make a little fortune in that timber. Then one day, when they were felling a tree, a flying limb struck me on the head, and I was blind. In less than 2 hours of being unconscious I woke up, and I couldn't see anything. Like that almost." She snapped her finger. "On top of that, my brothers discovered that they had no right to cut timber there. Things were going badly in France, too. So they went overseas. They were both killed in the same action, on the same day. My books were left there because no one had the heart to carry them out. It was all such a muddle. Everything seemed to go wrong at once. And you found them and enjoyed having them to read. Isn't it curious how things that seem so incoherent, so unnecessary, so disconnected, sometimes work out into an orderly sequence, out of which evil comes to some and good to others? If we could only forestall chance! Blind, blundering, witless chance!" Hollister nodded, forgetting that the girl could not see. For a minute they sat silent. He was thinking how strange it was that he should meet this girl, whose books he had been poring over all these weeks. She had a mind, he perceived. She could think and express her thoughts in sentences as clean-cut as her face. She made him think, thrust him face to face with an abstraction. Blind, blundering, witless chance! Was there nothing more than that? What else was there? "You make me feel ashamed of myself," he said at last. "Your luck has been worse than mine. Your handicap is greater than mine, at least you must feel it so. But you don't complain. You even seem quite philosophic about it. I wish I could cultivate that spirit. What's your secret?" "Oh, I'm not such a marvel," she said, and the slight smile came back to lurk around the corners of her mouth. "There are times when I rebel, oh, desperately. But I get along very nicely, as a general thing. One accepts the inevitable. I comfort myself with the selfish reflection that if I can't see a lot that I would dearly love to see, I am also saved the sight of things that are mean and sordid and disturbing. If I seem cheerful, I dare say it's because I'm strong and healthy, and have grown used to being blind. I'm not nearly so helpless as I may seem. In familiar places, and within certain bounds, I can get about nearly as well as if I could see." The steamer cleared the Redondas, stood down through Desolation Sound, and turned her blunt nose into the lower Gulf just as dark came on. Hollister and Doris Cleveland sat in the cabin talking. They went to dinner together, and if there were curious looks bestowed upon them, Hollister was too engrossed to care, and the girl, of course, could not see those sidelong, unspoken inquiries. After dinner they found chairs in the same deck saloon and continued their conversation until 10 o'clock, when drowsiness born of a slow, rolling motion of the vessel drove them to their berths. The drowsiness abandoned Hollister as soon as he turned in. He lay wakeful, thinking about Doris Cleveland. He envied her courage and fortitude, the calm assurance with which she seemed to face the world which was all about her and yet hidden from her sight. She was really an extraordinary young woman, he decided. She was traveling alone. For several months she had been living with old friends of the family on Stuart Island, close by the roaring tiderace of the Euclataw Rapids. She was returning there, she told Hollister, after 3 weeks or so in Vancouver. The steamer would dock about daylight the following morning. When Hollister offered to see her ashore and to her destination, she accepted without any reservations. It comforted Hollister's sadly bruised ego to observe that she even seemed a trifle pleased. "I have once or twice got a steward to get me ashore and put me in a taxi," she said. "But if you don't mind, Mr. Hollister." And Hollister most decidedly did not mind. Doris Cleveland had shot like a pleasant burst of colorful light across the grayest period of his existence, and he was loath to let her go. He dropped off to sleep at last, to dream, strangely enough and with astonishing vividness, of the cabin among the great cedars with the snow-banked white outside the door. He saw himself sitting beside the fireplace poring over one of Doris Cleveland's books. And he was no longer lonely, because he was not alone. He smiled at himself, remembering this fantasy of the subconscious mind, when the steward's rap at the door wakened him half an hour before the steamer docked. End of chapter 7. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 8 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 8. Quartered once more in the city he had abandoned 2 months earlier, Hollister found himself in the grip of new desires, stirred by new plans, his mind yielding slowly to the conviction that life was less barren than it seemed. Or was that, he asked himself doubtfully, just another illusion which would uphold him for a while and then perish? Not so many weeks since, a matter of days almost, life, so far as he was concerned, held nothing, promised nothing. All the future years through which he must live because of the virility of his body seemed nothing but a dismal fog in which he must wander without knowing where he went or what lay before him. Now it seemed that he had mysteriously acquired a starting point and a goal. He was aware of a new impetus. And since life had swept away a great many illusions which he had once cherished as proven reality, he did not shrink from or misunderstand the cause underlying this potent change in his outlook. He pondered on this. He wished to be sure. And he did not have to strain himself intellectually to understand that Doris Cleveland was the outstanding factor in this change. Each time he met her he breathed a prayer of thanks for her blindness, which permitted her to accept him as a man instead of shrinking from him as a monster. Just as the man secure in the knowledge that he possesses the comfort and security of a home can endure with fortitude the perils and hardships of a bitter trial, so Hollister could walk the streets of Vancouver now, indifferent to the averted eyes, the quick glance of reluctant pity. He could get through the days without brooding. Loneliness no longer made him shudder with its clammy touch. For that he could thank Doris Cleveland, and her alone. He saw her nearly every day. She was the straw to which he, drowning, clung with all his might. The most depressing hours that overtook him were those in which he visualized her floating away beyond his reach. To Hollister, as he saw more of her, she seemed the most remarkable woman he had ever known. Her loss of sight had been more than compensated by an extraordinary acuteness of mental vision. The world about her might now be one of darkness, but she had a precise comprehension of its nature, its manifestations, its complexities. He had always taken blindness as a synonym for helplessness, a matter of uncertain groping, of timidities, of despair. He revised that conclusion sharply in her case. He could not associate the most remote degree of helplessness with Doris Cleveland, when they walked, for instance, through Stanley Park, from English Bay to Second Beach. That broad path, with the Gulf swell muttering along the bouldery shore on one side, and the wind whispering in the lofty branches of tall trees on the other, was a favorite haunt of theirs on crisp March days. The buds of the pussy willow were beginning to burst. Birds twittered in dusky thickets. Even the gulls, wheeling and darting along the shore, had a new note in their raucous crying. None of these first undertones of the spring symphony went unmarked by Doris Cleveland. She could hear and feel. She could respond to subtle, external stimuli. She could interpret her thoughts and feelings with apt phrases, with a whimsical humor, sometimes with an appealing touch of wistfulness. At the Beach Avenue entrance to the park she would release herself from the hand by which Hollister guided her through the throngs on the sidewalks or the traffic of the crossings, and along the open way she would keep step with him easily and surely, her cheeks glowing with the brisk movement. And she could tell him with uncanny exactness when they came abreast of the old elk paddock and the bowling greens, or the rock groins and bathhouse at Second Beach. She knew always when they turned the wide curve farther out, where through a fringe of maple and black alder there opened a clear view of all the Gulf, with streamers trailing their banners of smoke, and the white pillar of Point Atkinson lighthouse standing guard at the troubled entrance to Howe Sound. No, he could not easily fall into the masculine attitude of a protector, of guiding and bending a watchful care upon a helpless bit of desirable femininity that clung to him with confiding trust. Doris Cleveland was too buoyantly healthy to be a clinging vine. She had too hardy an intellectual outlook. Her mind was like her body, vigorous, resilient, unafraid. It was hard sometimes for Hollister to realize fully that to those gray eyes so often turned on him it was always night, or at best a blurred, unrelieved dusk. In the old comfortable days before the war, Hollister, like many other young men, accepted things pretty much as they came without troubling to scrutinize their import too closely. It was easy for him then to overlook the faint shadows that ran before coming events. It had been the most natural thing in the world to drift placidly until in more or less surprise he found himself caught fairly in a sweeping current. Some of the most important turns in his life had caught him unprepared for their dénouement, left himself a trifle dizzy as he found himself committed irrevocably to this or that. But he had not survived 4 years of bodily and spiritual disaster without an irreparable destruction of the sanguine, if more or less nebulous, assurance that God was in his heaven and all was well with the world. He had been stricken with a wariness concerning life, a reluctant distrust of much that in his old easy-going philosophy seemed solid as the hills. He was disposed to a critical and sometimes pessimistic examination of his own feelings and of other people's actions. So love for Doris Cleveland did not steal upon him like a thief in the night. From the hour when he put her in the taxi at the dock and went away with her address in his pocket, he was keenly alive to the definite quality of attraction peculiar to her. When he was not thinking of her, he was thinking of himself in relation to her. He found himself involved in the most intimate sort of speculation concerning her. From the beginning he did not close his eyes to a possibility which might become a fact. 6 months earlier he would honestly have denied that any woman could linger so tenaciously in his mind, a lovely vision to gladden and disturb him in love's paradoxical way. Yet step by step he watched himself approaching that dubious state, dreading a little the drift toward a definite emotion, yet reluctant to draw back. When Doris went about with him, frankly finding a pleasure in his company, he said to himself that it was a wholly unwise proceeding to set too great store by her. Chance, he would reflect sadly, had swung them together, and that same blind chance would presently swing them far apart. This daily intimacy of two beings, a little out of it among the medley of other beings so highly engrossed in their own affairs, would presently come to an end. Sitting beside her on a shelving rock in the sun, Hollister would think of that and feel a pang. He would say to himself also, a trifle cynically, that if she could see him as he was, perhaps she would be like the rest. He would never have had the chance to know her, to sit beside her hearing the musical ripple of her voice when she laughed, seeing the sweetness of her face as she turned to him, smiling. He wondered sometimes what she really thought of him, how she pictured him in her mind. She had very clear mental pictures of everything she touched or felt, everything that came within the scope of her understanding, which covered no narrow field. But Hollister never quite had the courage to ask her to describe what image of him she carried in her mind. For a month he did very little but go about with Doris, or sit quietly reading a book in his room. March drew to a close. The southern border of Stanley Park, which faced the Gulf over English Bay, continued to be their haunt on every sunny afternoon, save once or twice when they walked along Marine Drive, to where the sands of the Spanish Bank lay bared for a mile offshore at ebb tide. If it rained, or a damp fog blew in from the sea, Hollister would pick out a motion picture house that afforded a good orchestra, or get tickets to some available concert, or they would go and have tea at the Granada, where there was always music at the tea hour in the afternoon. Doris loved music. Moreover, she knew music, which is a thing apart from merely loving melodious sounds. Once, at the place where she was living, the home of a married cousin, Hollister heard her play the piano for the first time. He listened in astonishment, forgetting that a pianist does not need to see the keyboard, and that the most intricate movements may be memorized. But he did not visit that house often. The people there looked at him a little askance. They were courteous, but painfully self-conscious in his presence, and Hollister was still acutely sensitive about his face. By the time that April Fool's Day was a week old on the calendar, Hollister began to be haunted by a gloomy void which would engulf him soon. For Doris told him one evening that in another week she was going back to the Euclataws. She had already stretched her visit to greater length than she intended. She must go back. They were sitting on a bench under a great fir that overlooked a deserted playground, emerald green with new grass. They faced a sinking sun, a ball of molten fire on the far crest of Vancouver Island. Behind them the roar of traffic on downtown streets was like the faint murmur of distant surf. "In a week," Hollister said. If there was an echo of regret in his voice, he did not try to hide it. "It has been the best month I have spent for a long, long time." "It has been a pleasant month," Doris agreed. They fell silent. Hollister looked away to the west where the deep flame red of low, straggling clouds shaded off into orange and pale gold that merged by imperceptible tints into the translucent clearness of the upper sky. The red ball of the sun showed only a small segment above the mountains. In 10 minutes it would be gone. From the east dusk walked silently down to the sea. "I shall be sorry when you are gone," he said at last. "And I shall be sorry to go," she murmured. "But—" She threw out her hands in a gesture of impotence, of resignation. "One can't always be on a holiday." "I wish we could," Hollister muttered. "You and I." The girl made no answer. And Hollister himself grew dumb in spite of a pressure of words within him, things that tugged at his tongue for utterance. He could scarcely bear to think of Doris Cleveland beyond sound of his voice or reach of his hand. He realized with an overwhelming certainty how badly he needed her, how much he wanted her, not only in ways that were sweet to think of, but as a friendly beacon in the murky, purposeless vista of years that stretched before him. Yes, and before her also. They had not spent all those hours together without talking of themselves. No matter that she was cheerful, that youth gave her courage and a ready smile, there was still a finality about blindness that sometimes frightened her. She, too, was aware, and sometimes afraid, of drab years running out into nothingness. Hollister sat beside her visualizing interminable tomorrows in which there would be no Doris Cleveland, in which he would go his way vainly seeking the smile on a friendly face, the sound of a voice that thrilled him with its friendly tone. He took her hand and held it, looking down at the soft white fingers. She made no effort to withdraw it. He looked at her, peering into her face, and there was nothing to guide him. He saw only a curious expectancy and a faint deepening of the color in her cheeks. "Don't go back to the Euclataws, Doris," he said at last. "I love you. I want you. I need you. Do you feel as if you liked me enough to take a chance? For it is a chance," he finished abruptly. "Life together is always a chance for the man and woman who undertake it. Perhaps I surprise you by breaking out like this, but when I think of us each going separate ways—" He held her hand tightly imprisoned between his, bending forward to peer closely at her face. He could see nothing of astonishment or surprise. Her lips were parted a little. Her expression, as he looked, grew different, inscrutable, a little absent even, as if she were lost in thought. But there was arising a quiver in the fingers he held, which belied the emotionless fixity of her face. "I wonder if it is such a desperate chance," she said slowly. "If it is, why do you want to take it?" "Because the alternative is worse than the most desperate chance I could imagine," he answered. "And because I have a longing to face life with you, and a dread of it alone. You can't see my ugly face which frightens off other people, so it doesn't mean anything to you. But you can hear my voice. You can feel me near you. Does it mean anything to you? Do you wish I could always be near you?" He drew her up close to him. She permitted it, unresisting, that strange, thoughtful look still on her face. "Tell me, do you want me to love you? Or don't you care?" he demanded. For a moment Doris made no answer. "You're a man," she said then, very softly, a little breathlessly. "And I'm a woman. I'm blind, but I'm a woman. I've been wondering how long it would take you to find that out." End of chapter 8. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 9 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 9. Not until Hollister had left Doris at her cousin's home and was walking back downtown did a complete realization of what he had done and pledged himself to do burst upon him. When it did, he pulled up short in his stride, as if he had come physically against some forthright obstruction. For an instant he felt dazed. Then a consuming anger flared in him, anger against the past by which he was still shackled. But he refused to be bound by those old chains whose gently clanking arose to harass him in this hour when life seemed to be holding out a new promise, when he saw happiness beckoning, when he was dreaming of pleasant things. He leaned over the rail on the Granville Street drawbridge, watching a tug pass through, seeing the dusky shape of the small vessel, hearing the ripple of the flood tide against the stone piers, and scarcely conscious of the bridge or the ship or the gray dimness of the sea, so profound was the concentration of his mind on this problem. It did not perplex him, it maddened him. He whispered a defiant protest to himself and walked on. He was able to think more calmly when he reached his room. There were the facts, the simple, undeniable facts, to be faced without shrinking, and a decision to be made. For months Hollister, when he thought of the past, thought of it as a slate which had been wiped clean. He was dead, officially dead. His few distant relatives had accepted the official report without question. Myra had accepted it, acted upon it. Outside the British War Office no one knew, no one dreamed, that he was alive. He had served in the Imperials. He recalled the difficulties and delays of getting his identity re-established in the coldly impersonal, maddening, deliberate, official departments which dealt with his case. He had succeeded. His back pay had been granted. A gratuity was still forthcoming, but Hollister knew that the record of his case was entangled with miles of red tape. He was dead, killed in action. It would never occur to the British War Office to seek publicity for the fact that he was not dead. There was no machinery for that purpose. Even if there were such machinery, there was no one to pull the levers. Nothing was ever set in motion in the War Office without pulling a diversity of levers. So much for that. Hollister, recalling his experience in London, smiled sardonically as thought of the British War Office voluntarily troubling itself about dead men who came to life. The War Office would not know him. The War Office did not know men. It only knew identification numbers, regiments, ranks, things properly documented, officially assigned. It was disdainful of any casual inquiry. It would shunt such from official to official, from department to department, until the inquirer was worn out, his patience, his fund of postage, and his time alike exhausted. No, the British War Office would neither know, nor care, nor tell. Surely the slate was sponged clean. Should he condemn himself and Doris Cleveland to heartache and loneliness because of a technicality? To Hollister it seemed no more than that. Myra had married again. Would she, reckoning the chance that she learned he was alive, rise up to denounce him? Hardly. His own people? They were few and far away. His friends? The war had ripped everything loose, broken the old combinations, scattered the groups. There was, for Hollister, nothing left of the old days. And he himself was dead, officially dead. After all, it narrowed to himself and Doris Cleveland and an ethical question. He did not shut his eyes to the fact that for him this marriage would be bigamy, that their children would be illegitimate in the eyes of the law if legal scrutiny ever laid bare their father's history, nor that by all the accepted dictums of current morality he would be leading an innocent woman into sin. But current morality had ceased to have its old significance for Hollister. He had seen too much of it vaporized so readily in the furnace of the war. Convention had lost any power to dismay him. His world had used him in its hour of need, had flung him into the pit, and when he crawled out maimed, discouraged, stripped of everything that had made life precious, this world of his fellows shunned him because of what he had suffered in their behalf. So he held himself under no obligation to be guided by their moral dictums. He was critical of accepted standards because he had observed that an act might be within the law and still outrage humanity. It might be legally sanctioned and socially approved and spread intolerable misery in its wake. Contrariwise, he could conceive a thing beyond the law being meritorious in itself. With the Persian tent-maker, Hollister had begun to see that a hair, perhaps, divides the false and true. There was no falsity in his love, in his aching desire to lay hold of happiness out of the muddle of his life, to bestow happiness, if he could, upon a woman who, like himself, had suffered misfortune. Within him there was the instinct to clutch firmly this chance which lay at hand. For Hollister the question was not, is this thing right or wrong in the eyes of the world? But, is it right for her and for me? And always he got the one answer, the answer with which lovers have justified themselves ever since love became something more than the mere breeding instinct of animals. Hollister could not see himself as a man guilty of moral obliquity if he let the graveyard of the past retain its unseemly corpse without legal exhumation and examination, and the delivering of a formal verdict upon what was already an accomplished fact. Nevertheless, he forced himself to consider just what it would mean to take that step. Briefly, it would be necessary for him to go to London to secure documentary evidence. Then he must return to Canada, enter suit against Myra, secure service upon her here in British Columbia. There would be a trial and a temporary decree. After the lapse of 12 months, a divorce absolute. He was up against a stone wall. Even if he nerved himself to public rattling of the skeleton in his private life, he did not have the means. That was final. He did not have money for such an undertaking, even if he beggared himself. That was a material factor as inexorable as death. Actual freedom he had in full measure. Legal freedom could only be purchased at a price, and he did not have the price. Perhaps that decided Hollister. Perhaps he would have made that decision in any case. He had no friends to be shocked. He had no reputation to be smirched. He was, he had said with a bitter wistfulness, a stray dog. And Doris Cleveland was in very much the same position. Two unfortunates cleaving to each other, moved by a genuine human passion. If they could be happy together, they had a right to be together. Hollister challenged his reason to refute that cry of his heart. He disposed finally of the last uncertainty, whether he should tell Doris. And a negative to that rose instantly to his lips. The past was a dead past. Let it remain dead, buried. Its ghost would never rise to trouble them. Of that he was very sure. Hollister went to bed, but not to sleep. He heard a great clock somewhere in the town strike 12 and then 1, while he still lay staring up at the dusky ceiling. But his thoughts had taken a pleasanter road. He had turned over the pages of his life history, scanned them with a gloomy and critical eye, and cast them with decisive finality into the wastebasket. He was about to begin a new book, the book of the future. It was pleasant to contemplate what he and Doris Cleveland together would write on those blank pages. To hope much, to be no longer downcast, to be able to look forward with eagerness. There was a glow in that like good wine. And upon that he slept. Morning brought him no qualms or indecisions. But it did bring him to a consideration of very practical matters, which yesterday's emotional crisis had overshadowed. That is to say, Hollister began to take stock of the means whereby they two should live. It was not an immediately pressing matter, since he had a few $100s in hand, but he was not short-sighted, and he knew it would ultimately become so. Hence, naturally, his mind turned once more to that asset which had been one factor in bringing him back to British Columbia, the timber limit he owned in the Toba Valley. He began to consider that seriously. Its value had shrunk appreciably under his examination. He had certainly been tricked in its purchase, and he did not know if he had any recourse. He rather thought there should be some way of getting money back from people who obtained it under false pretenses. The limit, he was quite sure, contained less than half the timber Lewis and Company had solemnly represented it to carry. He grew uneasy thinking of that. All his eggs were in that wooden basket. He found himself anxious to know what he could expect, what he could do. There was a considerable amount of good cedar there. It should bring $5,000 or $6,000, even if he had to accept the fraud and make the best of it. When he reflected upon what a difference the possession or lack of money might mean to himself and Doris, before long all his acquired and cultivated knowledge of business affairs began to spur him to some action. As soon as he finished his breakfast, he set off for the office of the timber specialist. He already had a plan mapped out. It might work and it might not, but it was worth trying. As he walked down the street, Hollister felt keenly, for the first time in his 31 years of existence, how vastly important mere bread and butter may become. He had always been accustomed to money. Consequently, he had very few illusions either about money as such or the various methods of acquiring money. He had undergone too rigorous a business training for that. He knew how easy it was to make money with money, and how difficult, how very nearly impossible it was, for the penniless man to secure more than a living by his utmost exertion. If this timber holding should turn out to be worthless, if it should prove unsaleable at any price, it would be a question of a job for him, before so very long. With the handicap of his face. With that universal inclination of people to avoid him because they dislike to look on the direct result of settling international difficulties with bayonets and high explosives and poison gas, he would not fare very well in the search for a decent job. Poverty had never seemed to present quite such a sinister face as it did to Hollister when he reached this point in his self-communings. Mr. Lewis received him with a total lack of the bland dignity Hollister remembered. The man seemed uneasy, distracted. His eyes had a furtive look in them. Hollister, however, had not come there to make a study of Mr. Lewis's physiognomy or manner. "I went up to Toba Inlet a while ago and had a look over that timber limit of mine," he began abruptly. "I'd like to see the documents bearing on that, if you don't mind." Mr. Lewis looked at him uncertainly, but he called a clerk and issued an order. While the clerk was on his mission to the files, Lewis put a few questions which Hollister answered without disclosing what he had in mind. It struck him, though, that the tone of Mr. Lewis's inquiry bordered upon the anxious. Presently the clerk returned with the papers. Hollister took them up. He selected the agreement of sale, a letter or two, the original cruiser's estimate, a series of tax receipts, held them in his hand, and looked at Lewis. "You haven't succeeded in finding a buyer, I suppose?" "In the winter," Lewis replied, "there is very little stir in timber." "There is going to be some sort of stir in this timber before long," Hollister said. The worried expression deepened on Mr. Lewis's face. "The fact is," Hollister continued evenly, "I made a rough survey of that timber and found it away off color. You represented it to contain so many million feet. It doesn't. Nowhere near. I appear to have been rather badly stung, and I really don't wonder it hasn't been resold. What do you propose to do about this?" Mr. Lewis made a gesture of deprecation. "There must be some mistake, Mr. Hollister." "No doubt of that," Hollister agreed dryly. "The point is, who shall pay for the mistake?" Mr. Lewis looked out of the window. He seemed suddenly to be stricken with an attitude of remoteness. It occurred to Hollister that the man was not thinking about the matter at all. "Well?" he questioned sharply. The eyes of the specialist in timber turned back to him uneasily. "Well?" he echoed. Hollister put the documents in his pocket. He gathered up those on the desk and put them also in his pocket. He was angry because he was baffled. This was a matter of vital importance to him, and this man seemed able to insulate himself against either threat or suggestion. "My dear sir," Lewis expostulated. Even his protest was half-hearted, lacked honest indignation. Hollister rose. "I'm going to keep these," he said irritably. "You don't seem to take much interest in the fact that you have laid yourself open to a charge of fraud, and that I am going to do something about it if you don't." "Oh, go ahead," Lewis broke out pettishly. "I don't care what you do." Hollister stared at him in amazement. The man's eyes met his for a moment, then shifted to the opposite wall, became fixed there. He sat half turned in his chair. He seemed to grow intent on something, to become wrapped in some fog of cogitation, through which Hollister and his affairs appeared only as inconsequential phantoms. In the doorway Hollister looked back over his shoulder. The man sat mute, immobile, staring fixedly at the wall. Down the street Hollister turned once more to look up at the gilt-lettered windows. Something had happened to Mr. Lewis. Something had jolted the specialist in British Columbia timber and paralyzed his business nerve centers. Some catastrophe had overtaken him, or impended, beside which the ugly matter Hollister laid before him was of no consequence. But it was of consequence to Hollister, as vital as the breaker of water and handful of ship's biscuits is to castaways in an open boat in mid-ocean. It angered him to feel a matter of such deep concern brushed aside. He walked on down the street, thinking what he should do. Midway of the next block, a firm name, another concern which dealt in timber, rose before his eyes. He entered the office. "Mr. MacFarlan or Mr. Lee?" he said to the desk man. A short, stout individual came forward, glanced at Hollister's scarred face with that involuntary disapproval which Hollister was accustomed to catch in people's expression before they suppressed it out of pity or courtesy, or a mixture of both. "I am Mr. MacFarlan." "I want legal advice on a matter of considerable importance." Hollister came straight to the point. "Can you recommend an able lawyer? One with considerable experience in timber litigation preferred." "I can. Malcolm MacFarlan, second floor Sibley Block. If it's legal business relating to timber, he's your man. Not because he happens to be my brother," MacFarlan smiled broadly, "but because he knows his business. Ask any timber concern. They'll tell you." Hollister thanked him, and retraced his steps to the office building he had just quitted. In an office directly under the Lewis quarters he introduced himself to Malcolm MacFarlan, a bulkier, less elderly duplicate of his brother, the timber broker. Hollister stated his case briefly and clearly. He put it in the form of a hypothetical case, naming no names. MacFarlan listened, asked questions, nodded understanding. "You could recover on the ground of misrepresentation," he said at last. "The case, as you state it, is clear. It could be interpreted as fraud, and hence criminal, if collusion between the maker of the false estimate and the vendor could be proven. In any case, the vendor could be held accountable for his misrepresentation of value. Your remedy lies in a civil suit, provided an authentic cruise established your estimate of such a small quantity of merchantable timber. I should say you could recover the principal with interest and costs. Always provided the vendor is financially responsible." "I presume they are. Lewis and Company sold me this timber. Here are the papers. Will you undertake this matter for me?" MacFarlan jerked his thumb towards the ceiling. "This Lewis above me?" "Yes." Hollister laid the documents before MacFarlan. He ran through them, laid them down, and looked reflectively at Hollister. "I'm afraid," he said slowly, "you are making your move too late." "Why?" Hollister demanded uneasily. "Evidently you aren't aware what has happened to Lewis? I take it you haven't been reading the papers?" "I haven't," Hollister admitted. "What has happened?" "His concern has gone smash," MacFarlan stated. "I happen to be sure of that, because I'm acting for two creditors. A receiver has been appointed. Lewis himself is in deep. He is at present at large on bail, charged with unlawful conversion of moneys entrusted to his care." You have a case, clear enough, but—" he threw out his hands with a suggestive motion. "They're bankrupt." "I see," Hollister muttered. "I appear to be out of luck, then." "Unfortunately, yes," MacFarlan continued. "You could get a judgment against them. But it would be worthless. Simply throwing good money after bad. There will be half a dozen other judgments recorded against them, a dozen other claims put in, before you could get action. Of course, I could proceed on your behalf and let you in for a lot of costs, but I would rather not earn my fees in that manner. I'm satisfied there won't be more than a few cents on the dollar for anybody." "That seems final enough," Hollister said. "I am obliged to you, Mr. MacFarlan." He went out again into a street filled with people hurrying about their affairs in the spring sunshine. So much for that, he reflected, not without a touch of contemptuous anger against Lewis. He understood now the man's troubled absorption. With the penitentiary staring him in the face. At any rate, the property was not involved. Whatever its worth, it was his, and the only asset at his command. He would have to make the best of it, dispose of it for what he could get. Meantime, Doris Cleveland began to loom bigger in his mind than this timber limit. He suffered a vast impatience until he should see her again. He had touches, this morning, of incredulous astonishment before the fact that he could love and be loved. He felt once or twice that this promise of happiness would prove an illusion, something he had dreamed, if he did not soon verify it by sight and speech. He was to call for her at 2:00. They had planned to take a Fourth Avenue car to the end of the line and walk thence past the Jericho Club grounds and out a driveway that left the houses of the town far behind, a road that went winding along the gentle curve of a shore line where the Gulf swell whispered or thundered, according to the weather. Doris was a good walker. On the level road she kept step without faltering or effort, holding Hollister's hand, not because she needed it for guidance, but because it was her pleasure. They came under a high wooded slope. "Listen to the birds," she said, with a gentle pressure on his fingers. "I can smell the woods and feel the air soft as a caress. I can't see the buds bursting, or the new, pale green leaves, but I know what it is like. Sometimes I think that beauty is a feeling instead of a fact. Perhaps if I could see it as well as feel it. Still, the birds wouldn't sing more sweetly if I could see them there swaying on the little branches, would they, Bob?" There was a wistfulness, but only a shadow of regret in her tone. And there were no shadows on the fresh young face she turned to Hollister. He bent to kiss that sweet mouth, and he was again thankful that she had no sight to be offended by his devastated features. His lips, unsightly as they were, had power to stir her. She blushed and hid her face against his coat. They found a dry log to sit upon, a great tree trunk cast by a storm above high water mark. Now and then a motor whirred by, but for the most part the drive lay silent, a winding ribbon of asphalt between the sea and the wooded heights of Point Grey. English Bay sparkled between them and the city. Beyond the purple smoke haze driven inland by the west wind rose the white crests of the Capilanos, an alpine background to the seaboard town. Hollister could hear the whine of sawmills, the rumble of trolley cars, the clang of steel in a great shipyard, and the tide whispering on the wet sands at his feet, the birds twittering among the budding alders. And as far as his eyes could reach along the coast there lifted enormous, saw-toothed mountains. They stood out against a sapphire sky with extraordinary vividness, with remarkable brilliancy of color, with an austere dignity. Hollister put his arm around the girl. She nestled close to him. A little sigh escaped her lips. "What is it, Doris?" "I was just remembering how I lay awake last night," she said. Thinking until my brain seemed like some sort of machine that would run on, grinding out thoughts till I was worn out." "What about?" he asked. "About you and myself," she said simply. "About what is ahead of us. I think I was a little bit afraid." "Of me?" "Oh, no." She tightened her grip on his hand. "I can't imagine myself being afraid of you. I like you too much. But well, I was thinking of myself, really. Of myself in relation to you. I couldn't help seeing myself as a handicap. I could see you beginning to chafe finally under the burden of a blind wife, growing impatient at my helplessness, which you do not yet realize, and in the end oh, well, one can think all sorts of things in spite of a resolution not to think." It stung Hollister. "Good God!" he cried. "You don't realize it's only the fact you can't see me that makes it possible. Why, I've clutched at you the way a drowning man clutches at anything. That I should get tired of you, feel you as a burden, it's unthinkable. I'm thankful you're blind. I shall always be glad you can't see. If you could what sort of picture of me have you in your mind?" "Perhaps not a very clear one," the girl answered slowly. "But I hear your voice, and it is a pleasant one. I feel your touch, and there is something there that moves me in the oddest way. I know that you are a big man and strong. Of course I don't know whether your eyes are blue or brown, whether your hair is fair or dark, and I don't care. As for your face, I can't possibly imagine it as terrible, unless you are angry. What are scars? Nothing, nothing. I can't see them. It wouldn't make any difference if I could." "It would," he muttered. "I'm afraid it would." Doris shook her head. She looked up at him with that peculiarly direct, intent gaze which always gave him the impression that she did see. Her eyes, the soft gray of a summer rain cloud, no one would have guessed them sightless. They seemed to see, to be expressive, to glow and soften. She lifted a hand to Hollister's face. He did not shrink while those soft fingers went exploring the devastation wrought by the exploding shell. They touched caressingly the scarred and vivid flesh. And they finished with a gentle pat on his cheek and a momentary, kittenish rumpling of his hair. "I cannot find so very much amiss," she said. "Your nose is a bit awry, and there is a hollow in one cheek. I can feel scars. What does it matter? A man is what he thinks and feels and does. I am the maimed one, really. There is so much I can't do, Bob. You don't realize it yet. And we won't always be living this way, sitting idle on the beach, going to a show, having tea in the Granada. I used to run and swim and climb hills. I could have gone anywhere with you, done anything, been as good a mate as any primitive woman. But my wings are clipped. I can only get about in familiar surroundings. And sometimes it grows intolerable. I rebel. I rave, and wish I were dead. And if I thought I was hampering you, and you were beginning to regret you had married me, why, I couldn't bear it. That's what my brain was buzzing with last night." "Do any of those things strike you as serious obstacles now, when I have my arms around you?" Hollister demanded. She shook her head. "No. Really and truly right now, I'm perfectly willing to take any sort of chance on the future, if you're in it," she said thoughtfully. "That's the sort of effect you have on me. I suppose that's natural enough." "Then we feel precisely the same," Hollister declared. "And you are not to have any more doubts about me. I tell you, Doris, that besides wanting you, I need you. I can be your eyes, and for me you will be like a compass to a sailor in a fog, something to steer a course by. So let's stop talking about whether we're going to take the plunge. Let's talk about how we're going to live, and where." A whimsical expression tippled across the girl's face, a mixture of tenderness and mischief. "I've warned you," she said with mock solemnity. "Your blood be upon your own head." They both laughed. End of chapter 9. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 10 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 10. "Why not go in there and take that cedar out yourself?" Doris suggested. They had been talking about that timber limit in the Toba, the possibility of getting a few $1,000s out of it, and how they could make the money serve them best. "We could live there. I'd love to live there. I loved that valley. I can see it now, every turn of the river, every canyon, and all the peaks above. It would be like getting back home." "It is a beautiful place," Hollister agreed. He had a momentary vision of the Toba as he saw it last. A white-floored lane between two great mountain ranges, green, timbered slopes that ran up to immense declivities, glaciers, cold, majestic peaks scarred by winter avalanches. He had come a little under the spell of those rugged solitudes then. He could imagine it transformed by the magic of summer. He could imagine himself living there with this beloved woman, exacting a livelihood from those hushed forests, and finding it good. "I've been wondering about that myself," he said. "There is a lot of good cedar there. That bolt chute your brothers built could be repaired. If they expected to get that stuff out profitably, why shouldn't I? I'll have to look into that." They were living in a furnished flat. If they had married in what people accustomed to a certain formality of living might call haste, they had no thought of repenting at leisure or otherwise. They were, in fact, quite happy and contented. Marriage had shattered no illusions. If, indeed, they cherished any illusory conceptions of each other, the intimacy of mating had merely served to confirm those illusions, to shape them into realities. They were young enough to be ardent lovers, old enough to know that love was not the culmination, but only an ecstatic phase in the working out of inexorable natural law. If Doris was happy, full of high spirits, joyfully abandoned to the fulfillment of her destiny as a woman, Hollister, too, was happier than he had considered it possible for him ever to be again. But, in addition, he was supremely grateful. Life for him as an individual had seemed to be pretty much a blank wall, a drab, colorless routine of existence, something he could not voluntarily give up, but which gave nothing, promised nothing, save monotony and isolation and, in the end, complete despair, so that his love for this girl, who had given herself to him with the strangely combined passion of a mature woman and the trusting confidence of a child, was touched with gratitude. She had put out her hand and lifted him from the pit. She would always be near him, a prop and a stay. Sometimes it seemed to Hollister a miracle. He would look at his face in the mirror and thank God that she was blind. Doris said that made no difference, but he knew better. It made a difference to eyes that could see, however tolerantly. In Hollister also there revived the natural ambition to get on, to grasp a measure of material security, to make money. There were so many ways in which money was essential, so many desirable things they could secure and enjoy together with money. Making a living came first, but beyond a mere living he began to desire comfort, even luxuries, for himself and his wife. He had made tentative plans. They had discussed ways and means, and the most practical suggestion of all came now from his wife's lips. Hollister went about town the next few days, diligently seeking information about prices, wages, costs, and methods. He had a practical knowledge of finance, and a fair acquaintance with timber operations generally, so that he did not waste his own or other men's time. He met a rebuff or two, but he learned a great deal which he needed to know, and he said to Doris finally, "I'm going to play your hunch and get that timber out myself. It will pay. In fact, it is the only way I'll ever get back the money I put into that, so I really haven't much choice in the matter." "Good," Doris said. "Then we go to the Toba to live. When?" "Very soon, if we go at all. There doesn't seem to be much chance to sell it, but there is some sort of returned soldiers' cooperative concern working in the Big Bend, and McFarland and Lee have had some correspondence with their head man about this limit of mine. He is going to be in town in a day or two. They may buy." "And if they do?" "Well, then, we'll see about a place on Valdez Island at the Euclataws, where I can clear up some land and grow things, and fish salmon when they run, as we talked about." "That would be nice, and I dare say we would get on very well," Doris said. "But I'd rather go to the Toba." Hollister did not want to go to the Toba. He would go if it were necessary, but when he remembered that fair-haired woman living in the cabin on the river bank, he felt that there was something to be shunned. Myra was like a bad dream too vividly remembered. There was stealing over Hollister a curious sense of something unreal in his first marriage, in the war, even in the strange madness which had briefly afflicted him when he discovered that Myra was there. He could smile at the impossibility of that recurring, but he could not smile at the necessity of living within gunshot of her again. He was not afraid. There was no reason to be afraid. He was officially dead. No sense of sin troubled him. He had put all that behind him. It was simply a distaste for living near a woman he had once loved, with another whom he loved with all the passion he had once lavished on Myra, and something that was truer and tenderer. He wanted to shut the doors on the past forever. That was why he did not wish to go back to the Toba. He only succeeded in clearly defining that feeling when it seemed that he must go, unless this prospective sale went through, because he had to use whatever lever stood nearest his hand. He had a direct responsibility now for material success. As the laborer goes to his work, distasteful though it may be, that he may live, that his family may be fed and clothed, so Hollister knew that he would go to Toba Valley and wrest a compensation from that timber with his own hands, unless a sale were made. But it failed to go through. Hollister met his man in McFarland's office, a lean, weather-beaten man of 60, named Carr. He was frank and friendly, wholly unlike the timber brokers and millmen Hollister had lately encountered. "The fact is," Carr said, after some discussion, "we aren't in the market for timber in the ordinary speculative sense. I happen to know that particular stand of cedar, or I wouldn't be interested. We're a body of returned men engaged in making homes and laying the foundation for a competence by our joint efforts. You would really lose by selling out to us. We would only buy on stumpage. If you were a broker, I would offer you so much, and you could take it or leave it. It would be all one to us. We have a lot of standing timber ourselves. But we're putting in a shingle mill now. The market looks good, and what we need is labor and shingle bolts, not standing timber. I would suggest you go in there with 2 or 3 men and get the stuff out yourself. We'll take all the cedar on your limit, in bolts on the river bank, at market prices, less cost of towage to Vancouver. You can make money on that, especially if shingles go up." There seemed a force at work compelling Hollister to this move. He reflected upon it as he walked home. Doris wanted to go. This man Carr encouraged him to go. He would be a fool not to go when opportunity beckoned, yet he hesitated. There was a reluctance in his mind. He was not afraid, and yet he was. Some vague peril seemed to lurk like a misty shadow at his elbow. Nothing that he had done, nothing that he foresaw himself doing, accounted for that, and he ended by calling himself a fool. Of course, he would go. If Myra lived there, well, no matter. It was nothing to him, nothing to Doris. The past was past, the future theirs for the making. So he went once more up to Toba Inlet, when late April brought spring showers and blossoming shrubs, and soft sunny days to all the coast region. He carried with him certain tools for a purpose, axes, cross-cut saws, iron wedges, a froe to flake off uniform slabs of cedar. He sat on the steamer's deck and thought to himself that he was in vastly different case to the last time he had watched those same shores slide by in the same direction. Then he had been in full retreat, withdrawing from a world which for him held nothing of any value. Now it held for him a variety of desirable things, which to have and to hold he need only make effort. And that effort he was eager to put forth, was now indeed putting forth if he did no more than sit on the steamer's deck, watching green shore and landlocked bays fall astern, feeling the steady throb of her engines, hearing the swish and purl of a cleft sea parting at the bow in white foam, rippling away in a churned wake at her stern. He felt a mild regret that he went alone, and the edge of that was dulled by the sure knowledge that he would not long be alone, only until such time as he could build a cabin and transport supplies up to the flat above the Big Bend, to that level spot where his tent and canoe were still hidden, where he had made his first camp, and near where the bolt chute was designed to spit its freight into the river. It was curious to Hollister, the manner in which Doris could see so clearly this valley and river and the slope where his timber stood. She could not only envision the scene of their home and his future operations, but she could discuss these things with practical wisdom. They had talked of living in the old cabin where he had found her shelf of books, but there was a difficulty in that, of getting up the steep hill, of carrying laboriously up that slope each item of their supplies, their personal belongings, such articles of furniture as they needed. And Doris had suggested that they build their house in the flat and let his men, the bolt cutters, occupy the cabin on the hill. He had 2 hired woodsmen with him, tools, food, bedding. When the steamer set them on the float at the head of Toba Inlet, Hollister left the men to bring the goods ashore in a borrowed dugout, and himself struck off along a line blazed through the woods, which, one of Carr's men informed him, led out near the upper curve of the Big Bend. A man sometimes learns a great deal in the brief span of a few minutes. When Hollister disembarked, he knew the name of one man only in Toba Valley, the directing spirit of the settlement, Sam Carr, whom he had met in McFarland's office. But there were 6 loggers meeting the weekly steamer. They were loquacious men, without formality in the way of acquaintance. Hollister had more than trail knowledge imparted to him. The name of the man who lived with his wife at the top of the Big Bend was Mr. J. Harrington Bland. The logger said that with a twinkle in his eye, a chuckle as of inner amusement. Hollister understood. The man was a round peg in this region of square holes. Otherwise he would have been Jack Bland, or whatever the misplaced initial stood for. They spoke of him further as the Englishman. There was a lot of other local knowledge bestowed upon Hollister, but the Englishman and his wife, who was a pippin for looks, were still in the forefront of his mind when the trail led him out on the river bank a few hundred yards from their house. He passed within 40 feet of the door. Bland was chopping wood. Myra sat on a log, her tawny hair gleaming in the sun. Bland bestowed upon Hollister only a casual glance as he strode past, and went on swinging his axe, and Hollister, looking impersonally at the woman, observed that she stared with frank curiosity. He remembered that trait of hers. He had often teased her about it, in those days when it had been an impossible conception that she could ever regard seriously any man but himself. Men had always been sure of a very complete survey when they came within Myra's range, and men had always fluttered about her like moths drawn to a candle flame. She had that mysterious quality of attracting men, pleasing them, and of making other girls hate her in the same degree. She used to laugh about that. "I can't help it if I'm popular," she used to say, with a mischievous smile, and Hollister had fondly agreed with that. He remembered that it flattered his vanity to have other men admire his wife. He had been so sure of her affections, her loyalty, but that had passed like melting snow, like dew under the morning sun. A little loneliness, a few months of separation, had done the trick. Hollister shrugged his shoulders. He had no feeling in the matter. She could not possibly know him. She would not wish to know him if she could. His problems were nowise related to her. But he knew too much to be completely indifferent. His mind kept turning upon what her life had been, and what it must be now. He was curious. What had become of the money? Why did she and her English husband bury themselves in a rude shack by a river that whispered down a lonely valley? Hollister's mind thrust these people aside, put them out of consideration, when he reached the flat and found his canoe where he left it, his tiny silk tent suspended intact from the limb. He ranged about the flat for an hour or so. He had an impression of it in his mind from his winter camp there. Also, he had a description of it from Doris, and her picture was clearer and more exact in detail than his. He found the little falls that trickled down to a small creek that split the flat. He chose tentatively a site for their house, close by a huge maple which had 3 sets of initials cut deeply in the bark where Doris told him to look. Then he dragged the canoe down to the river and slid it afloat and let the current bear him down. The air was full of pleasant odors from the enfolding forest. He let his eyes rest thankfully upon those calm, majestic peaks that walled in the valley. It was even more beautiful now than he had imagined it could be, when the snow blanketed hill and valley, and the teeth of the frost gnawed everywhere. It was less aloof. It was as if the wilderness wore a smile and beckoned with friendly hands. The current and his paddle swept him down past the settlement, past a busy, grunting sawmill, past the booming ground where brown logs floated like droves of sheep in a yard, and he came at last to where his woodsman waited with the piled goods on a bank above tidewater. All the rest of that day, and for many days thereafter, Hollister was a busy man. There was a pile of goods to be transported upstream, a house to be fashioned out of raw material from the forest, the shingle boat chute to be inspected and repaired, the work of cutting cedar to be got under way, all in due order. He became a voluntary slave to work, clanking his chains of toil with that peculiar pleasure which comes to men who strain and sweat toward a desired end. As literally as his hired woodsman, he earned his bread in the sweat of his brow, spurred on by a vision of what he sought to create, a home and so much comfort as he could grasp for himself and a woman. The house arose as if by magic, the simple magic of stout arms and skilled hands working with axe and saw and iron wedges. One of Hollister's men was a lean, saturnine logger, past 50, whose life had been spent in the woods of the Pacific coast. There was no trick of the axe Hayes had not mastered, and he could perform miracles of shaping raw wood with neat joints and smooth surfaces. 2 weeks from the day Hayes struck his axe blade into the brown trunk of a 5-foot cedar and said laconically, "She'll do," that ancient tree had been transformed into timbers, into boards that flaked off smooth and straight under iron wedges, into neat shakes for a rain-tight roof, and was assembled into a 2-roomed cabin. This was furnished with chairs and tables and shelves hewn out of the raw stuff of the forest. It stood in the middle of a patch of earth, cleared of fallen logs and thicket. Its front windows gave on the Toba River, slipping down to the sea. A maple spread friendly arms at one corner, a lordly tree that would blaze crimson and russet brown when October came again. All up and down the river the still woods spread a deep green carpet on a floor between the sheer declivity of the north wall and the gentler, more heavily timbered slope of the south. Hollister looked at his house when it was done and saw that it was good. He looked at the rich brown of the new cleared soil about it, and saw in his mind flowers growing there, and a garden. And when he had quartered his men in the cabin up the hill, and put them to work on the cedar, he went back to Vancouver for his wife. End of chapter 10. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 11 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 11. A week of hot sunshine had filled the Toba River bank full of roily water when Hollister breasted its current again. In midstream it ran full and strong. Watery whisperings arose where swirls boiled over sunken snags. But in the low eddies and shoal water under each bank the gray canoe moved upstream under the steady drive of Hollister's paddle. Doris sat in the bow. Her eyes roved from the sun-glittering stream to the hills that rose above the tree-fringed valley floor, as if sight had been restored to her so that her eyes could dwell upon the green-leaved alder and maple, the drooping spruce boughs, the vastness of those forests of somber fir where the deer lurked in the shadows, and where the birds sang vespers and matins when dusk fell and dawn came again. There were meadowlarks warbling now on stumps that dotted the floor of the Big Bend, and above the voices of those yellow-breasted singers and the watery murmuring of the river there arose now and then the shrill, imperative blast of a donkey engine. "Where are we now, Bob?" "About a half-mile below the upper curve of the Big Bend," Hollister replied. Doris sat silent for a while. Hollister, looking at her, was stricken anew with wonder at her loveliness, with wonder at the contrast between them. Beauty and the beast, he said to himself. He knew without seeing. He did not wish to see. He strove to shut away thought of the devastation of what had once been a man's goodly face. Doris's skin was like a child's, smooth and soft and tinted like a rose petal. Love, he said to himself, had made her bloom. It made him quake to think that she might suddenly see out of those dear blind eyes. Would she look and shudder and turn away? He shook off that ghastly thought. She would never see him. She could only touch him, feel him, hear the tenderness of his voice, know his guarding care. And to those things which were realities she would always respond with an intensity that thrilled him and gladdened him and made him feel that life was good. "Are you glad you're here?" he asked suddenly. "I would pinch you for such a silly question if it weren't that I would probably upset the canoe," Doris laughed. "Glad? There must be quite a streak of pure barbarian in me," she said after a while. "I love the smell of the earth and the sea and the woods. Even when I could see, I never cared a lot for town. It would be all right for a while. Then I would revolt against the noise, the dirt and smoke, the miles and miles of houses rubbing shoulders against each other, and all the thousands of people scuttling back and forth, well, it seems sometimes almost as aimless as the scurrying of ants when you step on their hill. Of course it isn't, but I used to feel that way. When I was in my second year at Berkeley, I had a brainstorm like that. I took the train north and turned up at home. We had a camp running on Thurlow Island then. Daddy read the riot act and sent me back on the next steamer. It was funny, just an irresistible impulse to get back to my own country, among my own people. I often wonder if it isn't some such instinct that keeps sailors at sea, no matter what the sea does to them. I have sat on that ridge," she pointed unerringly to the first summit above Hollister's timber, straight back and high above the rim of the great cliff, south of the Big Bend, and felt as if I had drunk a lot of wine. Just to be away up in that clear, still air, with not a living soul near, and the mountains standing all around like the pyramids." "Do you know that you have a wonderful sense of direction, Doris?" Hollister said. "You pointed to the highest part of that ridge as straight as if you could see it." "I do see it," she smiled. "I mean, I know where I am, and I have in my mind a very clear picture of my surroundings always, so long as I am on familiar ground." Hollister knew this to be so, in a certain measure, on a small scale. In a room she knew, Doris moved as surely and rapidly as he did himself. He had dreaded a little lest she should find herself feeling lost and helpless in this immensity of forest and hills which sometimes made even him feel a peculiar sense of insignificance. It was a relief to know that she turned to this wilderness, which must be their home, with the eagerness of a child throwing itself into its mother's arms. He perceived that she had indeed a clear image of the Toba in her mind. She was to give further proof of this before long. They turned the top of the Big Bend. Here the river doubled on itself for nearly a mile and crossed from the north wall of the valley to the south. Where the channel straightened away from this loop, Hollister had built his house on a little flat running back from the right-hand bank. A little less than half a mile below, Bland's cabin faced the river just where the curve of the S began. They came abreast of that now. What air currents moved along the valley floor shifted in from the sea. It wafted the smoke from Bland's stovepipe gently down on the river's shining face. Doris sniffed. "I smell wood smoke," she said. "Is there a fire on the flat?" "Yes, in a cook's stove," Hollister replied. "There is a shack here." She questioned him, and he told her of the Blands. All that he had been told, which was little enough. Doris displayed a deep interest in the fact that a woman, a young woman, was a near neighbor, as nearness goes on the British Columbia coast. From somewhere about the house Myra Bland appeared now. To avoid the heavy current, Hollister hugged the right-hand shore so that he passed within a few feet of the bank, within speaking distance of this woman with honey-colored hair, standing bareheaded in the sunshine. She took a step or two forward. For an instant Hollister thought she was about to exercise the immemorial privilege of the wild places and hail a passing stranger. But she did not call or make any sign. She stood gazing at them, and presently her husband joined her, and together they watched. They were still looking when Hollister gave his last backward glance, then turned his attention to the reddish-yellow gleam of new-riven timber which marked his own dwelling. 20 minutes later he slid the gray canoe's forefoot up on a patch of sand before his house. "We're here," he said. "Home, such as it is. It's home." He helped her out, guided her steps up to the level of the bottomland. He was eager to show her the nest he had devised for them, but Doris checked him with her hand. "I hear the falls," she said. "Listen." Streaming down through a gorge from melting snowfields, the creek a little way beyond plunged with a roar over granite ledges. The few warm days had swollen it from a whispering sheet of spray to a deep-voiced cataract. A mist from it rose among the deep green of the fir. "Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful?" Doris said. "There," she pointed, "is the cañon of the Little Toba coming in from the south. There is the deep notch where the big river comes down from the Chilcotin, and a ridge like the roof of the world rising between. Over north there are mountains and mountains, one behind the other, till the last peaks are white cones against the blue sky. There is a bluff straight across us that goes up and up in 500-foot ledges like masonry, with 100-foot firs on each bank that look like toy trees from here. I used to call that gorge there," her pointing finger found the mark again, "the Black Hole. It is always full of shadows in summer, and in winter the slides rumble and crash into it with a noise like the end of the world. Did you ever listen to the slides muttering and grumbling last winter when you were here, Bob?" "Yes, I used to hear them day and night." They stood silent a second or two. The little falls roared above them. The river whispered at their feet. A blue jay perched on the roof of their house, and began his harsh complaint to an unheeding world, into which a squirrel presently broke with vociferous reply. An up-river breeze rustled the maple leaves, laid cooling fingers from salt water on Hollister's face, all sweaty from his labor with the paddle. He could see beauty where Doris saw it. It surrounded him, leaped to his eye whenever his eye turned, a beauty of woods and waters, of rugged hills and sapphire skies. And he was suddenly filled with a great gladness that he could respond to this. He was quickened to a strange emotion by the thought that life could still hold for him so much that seemed good. He put one arm caressingly, protectingly, across his wife's shoulder, over the smooth, firm flesh that gleamed through thin silk. She turned swiftly, buried her face against his breast, and burst into tears, into a strange fit of sobbing. She clung to him like a frightened child. Her body quivered as if some unseen force grasped and shook her with uncontrollable power. Hollister held her fast, dismayed, startled, wondering, at a loss to comfort her. "But I can't see it," she cried. "I'll never see it again. Oh, Bob, Bob! Sometimes I can't stand this blackness. Never to see you, never to see the sun or the stars, never to see the hills, the trees, the grass. Always to grope. Always night, night, night without beginning or end." And Hollister still had no words to comfort her. He could only hold her close, kiss her glossy brown hair, feeling all the while a passionate sympathy, and yet conscious of a guilty gladness that she could not see him, that she could not look at him and be revolted and draw away. He knew that she clung to him now as the one clear light in the darkness. He was not sure that she, or any other woman, would do that if she could see him as he really was. Her sobs died in her throat. She leaned against him passively for a minute. Then she lifted her face and smiled. "It's silly to let go like that," she said. "Once in a while it comes over me like a panic. I wonder if you will always be patient with me when I get like that. Sometimes I fairly rave. But I won't do it often. I don't know why I should feel that way now. I never have been so happy. Yet that feeling came over me like a suffocating wave. I am afraid your wife is rather a temperamental creature, Bob." She ended with a laugh and a pout, to which Hollister made appropriate response. Then he led her into the house and smiled, or would have smiled had his face been capable of that expression, at the pleasure with which her hands, which she had trained to be her organs of vision, sought and found doors and cupboards, chairs, the varied equipment of the kitchen. He watched her find her way about with the uncanny certainty of the sightless, at which he never ceased to marvel. When she came back at last to where he sat on a table, swinging one foot while he smoked a cigarette, she put her arms around him and said: "It's a cute little house, Bob. The air here is like old wine. The smell of the woods is like heaven, after soot and smoke and coal gas. I'm the happiest woman in the whole country." Hollister looked at her. He knew by the glow on her face that she spoke as she felt, that she was happy, that he had made her so. And he was proud of himself for a minute, as a man becomes when he is conscious of having achieved greatness, however briefly. Only he was aware of a shadow. Doris leaned against him talking of things they would do, of days to come. He looked over her shoulder through the west window, and his eye rested on Bland's cabin, where another woman lived, who had once nestled in his arms and talked of happiness. Yes, he was conscious of the shadow, of regrets, of something else that was nameless and indefinable. A shadow. Something that was not, and yet still might be, troubled him vaguely. He could not tell why. Presently he dismissed it from his mind. End of chapter 11. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 12 of The Hidden Places. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. The Hidden Places by Bertrand W. Sinclair. Chapter 12. Hollister likened himself and Doris, more than once in the next few weeks, to two children in a nursery full of new toys. He watched the pride and delight which Doris bestowed upon her house and all that it contained, the satisfaction with which she would dwell upon the comforts and luxuries that should be added to it when the cedars on the hill began to produce revenue for them. For his own part he found himself eager for work, taking a pleasure far beyond his expectation in what he had set himself to do, here in the valley of the Toba. He could shut his eyes and see the whole plan work out in ordered sequence, the bolt chute repaired, the ancient cedars felled, sawed into 4-foot lengths, split to a size, piled by the chute and all its lateral branches. Then, when a certain quantity was ready, they would be cast, one after another, into that trough of smooth poles which pitched sharply down from the heart of his timber to the river. One after another they would gather way, slipping down, faster and faster, to dive at last with a great splash into the stream, to accumulate behind the confining boom sticks until they were rafted to the mill, where they would be sawn into thin sheets to make tight roofs on houses in distant towns. And for the sweat that labor with axe and saw wrung from his body, and for the directing power of his brain, he would be rewarded with money which would enable him to satisfy his needs. For the first time in his life Hollister perceived both the complexity and the simplicity of that vast machine into which modern industry has grown. In distant towns other men made machinery, textiles, boots, furniture. On inland plains where no trees grew, men sowed and reaped the wheat which passed through the hands of the miller and the baker and became a nation's daily bread. The axe in his hand was fashioned from metallic ore dug by other men out of the bowels of the earth. He was fed and clothed by unseen hands, and in return he, as they did, levied upon nature's store of raw material and paid for what he got with timber, rough-shaped to its ultimate uses by the labor of his hands. All his life Hollister had been able to command money without effort. Until he came back from the war he did not know what it meant to be poor. He had known business as a process in which a man used money to make more money. He had been accustomed to buy and sell, to deal with tokens rather than with things themselves. Now he found himself at the primitive source of things and he learned, a little to his astonishment, the pride of definitely planned creative work. He began to understand that lesson which many men never learn, the pleasure of pure achievement even in simple things. For 2 or 3 days he occupied himself at various tasks on the flat. He did this to keep watch over Doris, to see that she did not come to grief in this unfamiliar territory. But he soon put aside those first misgivings, as he was learning to put aside any fear of the present or of the future, which arose from her blindness. His love for her had not been born of pity. He had never thought of her as helpless. She was too vivid, too passionately alive in body and mind, to inspire him with that curiously mixed feeling which the strong bestow upon the maimed and the weak. But there were certain risks of which he was conscious, no matter that Doris laughingly disclaimed them. With a stick and her ears and fingers she could go anywhere, she said, and she was not far wrong, as Hollister knew. Within 48 hours she had the run of the house and the cleared portion of land surrounding. She could put her hand on every item of her kitchen equipment. She could get kindling out of the wood box, light a fire in the stove as well as he. All the stock of food staples lay in an orderly arrangement of her own choice on the kitchen shelves. She knew every object in the 2 rooms, each chair and box and stool, the step at the front door, the short path to the river bank, the trunk of the branchy maple, the rugged bark of a great spruce behind the house, as if within her brain there existed an exact diagram of the whole, and with which as a guide she could move within those limits as swiftly and surely as Hollister himself. He never ceased to wonder at the mysterious delicacies of touch and hearing which served her so well in place of sight. But he accepted the fact, and once she had mastered her surroundings, Hollister was free to take up his own work, no matter where it led him. Doris insisted that he should. She had a sturdy soul that seldom leaned and never thought of clinging. She could laugh, a deep-throated, chuckling laugh, and sometimes, quite unexpectedly, she could go about the house singing. And if now and then she rebelled with a sudden furious resentment against the long night that shut her in, that, as she said herself, was just like a small black cloud passing swiftly across the face of the sun. Hollister began at the bottom of the chute, as he was beginning at the bottom of his fortune, to build up again. Where it was broken, he repaired it. Where it had collapsed under the weight of snow or of fallen trees, he put in a new section. His hands grew calloused, and the muscles of his back and shoulders grew tough with swinging an axe, lugging and lifting heavy poles. The sun burned the scar tissue of his face to a brown like that on the faces of his 2 men, who were piling the cut cedar in long ricks among the green timber while he got the chute ready to slide the red, pungent-smelling blocks downhill. Sometimes, on a clear, still day when he was at the house, he would hear old Bill Hayes's voice, far off in the woods, very faint in the distance, shrilling the faller's warning, "Timber!" Close on that he would hear a thud that sent tremors running through the earth, and there would follow the echo of crashing boughs all along the slope. Once he said lightly to Doris, "Every time one of those big trees goes down like that, it means $100 worth of timber on the ground." And she laughed back, "We make money when cedar goes up, and we make money when cedar comes down. Very nice." May passed, and June came to an end. With it, Hollister also came to an end of his ready money. It had all gone into tools, food, wages, all his available capital sunk in the venture. But the chute was ready to run bolts. They poured down in a stream till the river surface within the boomsticks was a brick-colored jam that gave off a pleasant aromatic smell. Then Hollister and his two men cast off the boom, let the current sweep it down to Carr's new shingle mill below the Big Bend. When the bolts were tallied in, Hollister got a check. He sat with pad and pencil, figuring for half an hour after he came home, after his men had each shouldered a 50-pound pack of supplies and gone back up the hill. He gave over figuring at last. The thing was profitable. More so than he had reckoned. He got up and went into the kitchen where Doris was rolling pie crust on a board. "We're off," he said, putting an arm around her. "If we can keep this up all summer, I'll build a new wing on the house and bring you in a piano to play with this winter." Hollister himself now took a hand at cutting cedar. Each morning he climbed that steep slope to the works, and each night he came trudging down, and morning and night he would pass at a point where the trail led along the rim of a sheer cliff to look down on the valley below, to look down on the roof of his own house and upon Bland's house farther on. Sometimes smoke streamed blue from Bland's stovepipe. Sometimes it stood dead, a black cylinder above the shake roof. Sometimes one figure, and sometimes two, moved about the place. More often no one stirred. But that was as near as the Blands had come in 8 weeks. Hollister had an unspoken hope that they would remain distant, no matter that Doris occasionally wondered about this woman who lived around the river's curve, what she was like and when she would meet her. Hollister knew nothing of Bland, nothing of Myra. He did not wish to know. It did not matter in the least, he assured himself. He was dead and Myra was married. All that old past was as a book long out of print. It could not possibly matter if by chance they came in contact. Yet he had a vague feeling that it did matter, a feeling for which he could not account. He was not afraid, he had no reason to be afraid. Nevertheless, he gazed sometimes from the cliff top down on the cabin where Bland and Myra lived, and something stirred so that he wished them gone. He came off the hill one evening in the middle of June to find a canoe drawn up on the beach, 2 Siwashes puttering over a campfire, and a tall, wiry, slender, fair-haired man who might have been anywhere between 27 and 35, sitting in the front doorway talking to Doris. Hollister noted the expression on the man's face when their eyes met. But he did not mind. He was used to that. He was becoming indifferent to what people thought of his face, because what they thought no longer had power to hurt him, to make him feel that sickening depression, to make him feel himself kin to those sinners who were thrust into the outer darkness. Moreover, he knew that some people grew used to the wreckage of his features. That had been his experience with his 2 woodsmen. At first they looked at him askance. Now they seemed as indifferent to his disfigurement as they were to the ragged knots and old fire scars on the trees they felled. Anyway, it did not matter to Hollister. But this fair-haired man went on talking, looking all the while at Hollister, and his look seemed to say, "I know your face is a hell of a sight, but I am not disturbed by it, and I don't want you to think I am disturbed." Behind the ragged mask of his scars, Hollister smiled at this fancy. Nevertheless, he accepted his interpretation of that look as a reality and found himself moved by a curious feeling of friendliness for this stranger whom he had never seen before, whom he might never see again. For that was the way of casual travelers up and down the Toba. They came out of nowhere, going up river or down, stopped perhaps to smoke a pipe, to exchange a few words, before they moved on into the hushed places that swallowed them up. The man's name was Lawanne. He was bound upstream, after Grizzly Bear. "I was told of an Englishman named Bland who is quite a hunter. I stopped in here, thinking this was his place and that I might get him to go on with me," he said to Hollister. "That's Bland's place down there," Hollister explained. "So Mrs. Hollister was just telling me. There didn't seem to be anybody about when I passed. It doesn't matter much anyway," he laughed. "The farther I get into this country, the less keen I am to hunt. It's good enough just to loaf around and look at." Lawanne had supper with them. Hollister asked him, not only as a matter of courtesy, but with a genuine feeling that he wanted this man to break bread with them. He could not quite understand that sudden warmth of feeling for a stranger. He had never in his life been given to impulsive friendliness. The last 5 years had not strengthened his belief in friendships. He had seen too many fail under stress. But he liked this man. They sat outside after supper, and Doris joined them there. Lawanne was not talkative. He was given to long silences, in which he sat with eyes fixed on river or valley or the hills above, in mute appreciation. "Do you people realize what a panoramic beauty is here before your eyes all the time?" he asked once. "It's like a fairyland to me. I must see a lot of this country before I go away. And I came here quite by chance." "Which is, after all, the way nearly everything happens," Doris said. "Oh?" Lawanne turned to her. "You think so? You don't perceive the great design, the perfect plan, in all that we do?" "Do you?" she asked. He laughed. "No. If I did, I should sit down with folded hands, knowing myself helpless in the inexorable grip of destiny. I should always be perfectly passive." "If you tried to do that, you could not remain passive long. The unreckonable element of chance would still operate to make you do this or that. You couldn't escape it. Nobody can." "Then you don't believe there is a destiny that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will?" Lawanne said lightly. Doris shook her head. "Destiny is only a word. It means one thing to one person, something else to another. It's too abstract to account for anything. Life's a puzzle no one ever solves, because the factors are never constant. When we try to account for this and that, we find no fixed law, nothing but what is subject to the element of chance, which can't be reckoned. Most of us at different times hold our own fate, temporarily at least, in our own hands without knowing it, and some insignificant happening does this or that to us. If we had done something else, it would all be different." "Your wife," Lawanne observed to Hollister, "is quite a philosopher." Hollister nodded. He was thinking of this factor of chance. He himself had been a victim of it. He had profited by it. And he wondered what vagaries of chance were still to bestow happiness or inflict suffering upon him, in spite of his most earnest effort to achieve mastery over circumstances. He felt latterly that he had a firm grip on the immediate future. Yet who could tell? Dusk began to close on the valley, while the far, high crests of the mountains still gleamed under a crimson sky. Deep shadows filled every gorge and cañon, crept up and up until only the snowy crests glimmered in the night, ghostly silver, against a sky speckled with stars. The valley itself was shrouded under the dark blanket of the night, through which the river murmured unseen and distant waterfalls roared over rocky precipices. The two Indians attending Lawanne squatted within the red glow of their fire on the bank. Downstream, a yellow spot broke out like a candle flame against black velvet. "There is some one at Bland's now," Hollister said. "That's their window light, eh?" Lawanne commented. "I may go down and see him in the morning. I am not very keen on 2 or 3 weeks alone in these tremendous silences. This valley at night now, it's awesome. And those Siwashes are like dumb men. You wouldn't go bear hunting, I suppose?" There was a peculiar gratification to Hollister in being asked. But he had too much work on hand. Neither did he wish to leave Doris. Not because it might be difficult for her to manage alone. It was simply an inner reluctance to be separated from her. She was becoming a vital part of him. To go away from her for days or weeks, except under the spur of some compelling necessity, was a prospect that did not please him. That which had first drawn them together grew stronger. Love, the mysterious fascination of sex, the perfect accord of the well-mated, whatever it was, grew stronger. The world outside of them held less and less significance. Sometimes they talked of that, wondered about it, wondered if it were natural for a man and a woman to become so completely absorbed in each other, to attain that singular oneness. They wondered if it would last. But whether it should prove lasting or not, they had it now, and it was sufficient. Lawanne went down to Bland's in the morning. He was still there when Hollister climbed the hill to his work. Before evening he had something else to think about besides Lawanne. A trifle, but one of those trifles that recurs with irritating persistence, no matter how often the mind gives it dismissal. About 10 o'clock that morning a logger came up to the works on the hill. "Can you use another man?" he asked bluntly. "I want to work." Hollister engaged him. By his dress, by his manner, Hollister knew that he was at home in the woods. He was young, sturdily built, handsome in a swarthy way. There was about him a slightly familiar air. Hollister thought he might have seen him at the steamer landing, or at Carr's. He mentioned that. "I have been working there," the man replied. "Working on the boom." He was frank enough about it. He wanted money, a stake. He believed he could make more cutting shingle boats by the cord. This was true. Hollister's men were making top wages. The cedars stood on good ground. It was big, clean timber, easy to work. "I'll be on the job tomorrow," he said, after they had talked it over. "Take me this afternoon to get my outfit packed up here." Hollister was haunted by the man's face at odd times during the day. Not until he was halfway home, until he came out on that ledge from whence he could look, and always did look with a slight sense of irritation, down on Bland's cabin as well as his own, did he recall clearly where and when he had seen Charlie Mills. Mills was the man who sat looking at Myra across the table that winter morning when Hollister was suffering from the brief madness which brought him to Bland's cabin with a desperate project in his disordered mind. Well, what of it? Hollister asked himself. It was nothing to him. He was a disinterested bystander now. But looking down on Bland's cabin, he reflected that his irritation was rooted in the fact that he did not want to be a bystander. He desired to eliminate Myra Bland and all that pertained to her from even casual contact with him. It seemed absurd that he should feel himself to be in danger. But he had a dim sense of danger, and instead of the aloofness which he desired, he seemed to see vague threads drawing himself and Doris and Myra Bland and this man Mills closer and closer together, to what end or purpose he could not tell. For a minute Hollister was tempted to turn the man away when he went back up there in the morning. But that, he concluded with a shrug of his shoulders, was carrying a mere fancy too far. It did not, therefore, turn his thoughts into a more placid channel to find, when he reached the house, Myra sitting in the kitchen, talking to Doris. Yet it was no great surprise. He had expected this, looked forward to it with an uneasy sense of the inevitability. Nothing could have been more commonplace, more uneventful than that meeting. Doris introduced her husband. They were all at their ease. Myra glanced once at his face, and thereafter looked away. But her flow of small talk, the conversational stop-gap of the woman accustomed to social amenities, went on placidly. They were strangers meeting for the first time in a strange land. Bland had gone up river with Lawanne. "Jim loves to hunt," Myra said with a short laugh. It was the first and nearly the last mention of her husband she made that evening. Hollister went out to wash himself in a basin that stood on a bench by the back door. He felt a relief. He had come through the first test casually enough. A slightly sardonic grimace wrinkled his tight-lipped mouth. There was a grim sort of humor in the situation. Those three, whose lives had got involved in such a tangle, foregathered under the same roof in that lonely valley, each more or less a victim of uncomprehended forces both within and exterior to themselves. Yet it was simple enough. Each, in common with all humanity, pursued the elusive shadow of happiness. The diverging paths along which they pursued it had brought them to this common point. Hollister soaped and scrubbed to clean his hands and face of the sweat and dirt of his day's labor. Above the wash-bench Myra's face, delicately pink and white and framed by her hair that was the color of strained honey, looked down at him through an open window. Her blue eyes rested on him, searchingly, he thought, with a curious appraisal, as if he were something to be noted and weighed and measured by the yardstick of her estimation of men. If she only knew, Hollister reflected sardonically, with his face buried in the towel, what a complete and intimate knowledge she had of him. Looking up suddenly, his eyes met hers fixed unwaveringly upon him, and for an instant his heart stood still with the reasonless conviction that she did know, she must know, that she could not escape knowing. There was a quality of awareness in her steady gaze that terrified him for a moment by its implication, which made him feel as if he stood over a powder magazine and that she held the detonator in her hand. But immediately he perceived the absurdity of his momentary panic. Myra turned her head to speak to Doris. She smiled, the old dimpling smile which gave him a strange feeling to see again. Certainly his imagination was playing him tricks. How could she know? And what would she care if she did know, so long as he made no claims, so long as he let the dead past lie in its grave? For Myra was as deeply concerned to have done with their old life as he. He rested upon that assumption and went into the house and sat down to his supper. Later, toward sundown, Myra went home. Hollister watched her vanish among the thickets, thinking that she too had changed, as greatly as himself. She had been timid once, reluctant to stay alone overnight in a house with telephones and servants, on a street brilliantly lighted. Now she could apparently face the loneliness of those solitudes without uneasiness. But war and the aftermath of war had taught Hollister that man adapts himself to necessity when he must, and he suspected that women were not greatly different. He understood that after all he had never really known Myra any more than she had known him. Externally they had achieved knowledge of each other through sight, speech, physical contact, comprehension of each other's habits. But their real selves, the essence of their being, the shadowy inner self, where motives and passions took form and gathered force until they were translated for good or evil into forthright action, these they had not known at all. At any rate, he perceived that Myra could calmly enough face the prospect of being alone. Hollister cast his eye up to where the cedars towered, a green mass on the slope above the cliff. He thought of Charlie Mills and wondered if after all she would be alone. He felt ashamed of that thought as soon as it formed in his mind, and, being ashamed, he saw and understood that he still harbored a little bitterness against Myra. He did not wish to bestow bitterness or any other emotion upon her. He wanted her to remain completely outside the scope of his feelings. He would have to try, he perceived, to cultivate a complete indifference to her, to what she did, to where she went, to insulate himself completely against her, because he was committed to other enterprises, and chiefly because, as he said to himself, he would not exchange a single brown strand of Doris Cleveland's hair for all of Myra's body, even if he had that choice. The moon stole up from behind the coast range, after they had gone to bed. Its pale beams laid a silver square upon the dusky floor of their room. Doris reached with one arm and drew his face close up to hers. "Are you happy?" she demanded, with a fierce intensity. "Don't you ever wish you had a wife who could see? Aren't you ever sorry?" "Doris, Doris," he chided gently. "What in the world put such a notion as that into your head?" She lay thoughtful for a minute. "Sometimes I wonder," she said at last. "Sometimes I feel that I must reassure myself that you are contented with me. When we come in contact with a woman like Mrs. Bland, for instance, tell me, Bob, is she pretty?" "Yes," he said, "very." "Fair or dark?" "Fair-skinned. She has blonde hair and dark blue eyes, almost purple. She is about your height, about the same figure. Why so curious?" "I just wondered. I like her very much," Doris said, with some slight emphasis on the last two words. "She is a very interesting talker." "I noticed that," Hollister observed dryly. "She spoke charmingly of the weather and the local scenery and the mosquitoes." Doris laughed. "A woman always falls back on those conversational staples with a strange man. That's just the preliminary skirmishing. But she was here all afternoon, and we didn't spend 5 hours talking about the weather." "What did you talk about then?" Hollister asked, curiously. "Men and women and money mostly," Doris replied. "If one may judge a woman by the impressionistic method, I should say that Mrs. Bland would be very attractive to men." It was on the tip of Hollister's tongue to say, "She is." Instead, he murmured, "Is that why you were doubting me? Think I'm apt to fall in love with this charming lady?" "No," Doris said thoughtfully. "It wasn't anything concrete like that. It's a feeling, a mood, I suppose. And it's silly for me to say things like that. If you grow sorry you married me, if you fall in love with another woman, I'll know it without being told." She pinched his cheek playfully, and lay silent beside him. Hollister watched the slow shift of the moonbeams across the foot of the bed, thinking, his mind darting sketchily from incident to incident of the past, peering curiously into the misty future, until at last he grew aware by her drooped eyelashes and regular breathing that Doris was asleep. He grew drowsy himself. His eyelids grew heavy. Presently he was asleep also, and dreaming of a fantastic struggle in which Myra Bland, transformed into a vulture-like creature with a fierce beaked face and enormous strength, tore him relentlessly from the arms of his wife. End of chapter 12. Recording by Roger Moline.